Hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all, and welcome to another day in Azeroth. Thank you guys for joining me. Claudiu, Carrie, Risen from the Dead, Talon, Crispy, Primordial, Dante, Wayne, Preston, Katie, welcome to the stream everybody. What is new, what is good? I think we have to go do some fishing today. So we haven't worked on any fishing yet. Let's go do that. Let's find a nice little spot for some fishing, and that's how we'll open the stream today. I think we should head this way. How am I doing today? I am doing fantastic today. We had a snow day here today. So instead of having to get up at 6 o'clock to get my son off to school and all that, I got to sleep in until 8 o'clock. I like snow days. And now, since I don't have to go pick him up either, we can have a longer stream today if we want to. Assuming we're having a good time. Kind of frees up my entire afternoon. Crispy, you don't really get snow where you're at? You're lucky, man. I like snow days and whatnot, but I don't really need snow in my life. Mainly, I don't need the cold. The snow's okay, but in Michigan, in the winter, it's cold, it's gray, you hardly ever see the sun. And the hardest part is not seeing the sun. If it wanted to snow on a day and then be sunny the next day, like, I could deal with that, but when you live in a place like this, you get through December, and you're already sick of winter, except you realize that winter technically started at the end of December. And now you're already sick of winter, and you're looking at like 3 more months of winter, and it just gets really depressing. It gets depressing how much winter we have. I think winter should be... We should shorten it. we gotta figure out climate control. If we can figure out global climate control, then we can shorten some of these winters. I'm sure that would be fine. Probably wouldn't affect the planet in a negative way at all. Parkow, good evening to you and welcome to the stream. I'll move to Florida. I'll pass. In the same way that I don't want winter to drag out, I really don't like I don't like when summer drags out. I don't like the heat either, so I'm kind of stuck between... I don't like the extremes. I don't like when it's too hot for too long, and I don't like when it's too cold for too long. And so Florida wouldn't work for me. And unfortunately, especially in this country, but maybe everywhere, the temperate places that you could live, like the mild places that don't vacillate to extremes, those places are all really expensive to live in. And I can't afford to live in any of those more temperate places. And these days, those temperate places, places like Southern California and the Pacific Northwest, they're having their own like weather issues that are also very bad. So I probably just have to deal with Michigan winters. Karen, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. I kind of wish seasons would last like a couple of weeks and then they would change. You know, like you get a couple of weeks of autumn, You get a couple of weeks of summer and then a couple of weeks of spring. Brandon Sanderson's books, he writes the Cosmere novels, and one of the planets in the Cosmere, the seasons only last for a couple weeks. So you'll get random seasons and they'll last like a couple weeks, they'll last a month, and then you'll get a different season. And I thought that would be a cool way for weather to work. You just get a month and a half of winter, and then suddenly you have 3 weeks of spring, and then you have 2 weeks of summer, and then you have 2 months of autumn, and then you have a month of winter. Like, that'd be okay. If the weather were like randomized, but the seasons last not as long. So like, even if the season was one you didn't like, you could rest assured that in a couple weeks it'll change. That would be cool. Yeah, see, that's the trick. How can I live in one place for part of the year and another place for another part of the year? Well, the answer is very simple. The answer is that you just have to have a lot of money. Obviously, that's the ideal scenario. It's probably why through a lot of human history we were migratory. Because we would just kind of migrate, you know? And then we decided we were going to settle down in one place, and, you know, life got easier, but it also got harder in some ways. But yeah, the ideal state of existence is one where, hey, when it's too cold, I go somewhere else. And when it's too hot, I go somewhere else. And you can certainly live like that. It just takes a lot of money. And if I had the money, I would probably have a place, you know, maybe I would live in Florida for a couple months out of the year. You know, during the winter for my mental health, I would probably live in some place like Florida, or maybe some place like Missouri where maybe they just get some sunshine even though it's still winter. It's the sunshine that I miss the most. From like a mental health point of view in the winter. I gotta make it big as a streamer. Yeah. Well, you know, I'm 41 years old, and you know, I'm just doing what I love to do. I don't think that I would ever make it big, and I don't even know how one would make it big. A lot of times when it comes to somebody making it big, it just comes down to like the right thing at the right time. There's always a little bit of like RNG involved in it, and you know, you don't see a lot of 41-year-old streamers making it big playing WoW Classic. That's all I'm saying. I mean, the fact that you guys show up and hang out with me every day, like, I'm constantly amazed and incredibly grateful that you guys want to come and hang out every day. Making it big, probably not in the cards. The subs only grow when I do recorded content. See, that's the funny thing that people don't realize. It's not really funny, it's just something people don't realize, is that when you stream on YouTube, at least for me, when I stream consistently on YouTube, which I love to do, my metrics all go down. Like, all of my overall channel metrics, they always go down the more I stream. Because ultimately, as a platform, YouTube is more set up for recorded content. So the times when I get a big influx of new subs, that only happens when I'm focusing on recorded content, and it really only happens when I pull in new games. Like, we did a Guild Wars Reforged series that brought a lot of new people to the channel. If you're not doing stuff like that, and if you're not focusing on recordings, then it's basically impossible to grow the channel. It would be impossible to grow the channel simply by streaming. At least in my experience, having started off as a channel that focuses on recordings, YouTube metrics and algorithm don't like it when I try to be a streamer. I do it anyway because I like hanging out with you guys. Don't underestimate the dad streamer market. I think the market's covered though, you know. I think they got enough people in the right places that fill that archetype. I don't know if I need to fill that archetype. It's all random. When it comes to the YouTube algorithm, like, you're playing the lottery in a low-key way. Sometimes I put out a video and it pops off and I really have no idea why. Other times I'll put out a piece of content that I think is going to do well and it'll absolutely tank. And so a lot of times when it comes to videos like getting a lot of momentum on YouTube, it's random. It's up to like almost pure random chance, at least from the perspective of the person putting out the content. The top 10 things I wish I knew in my 30s. Oh, I don't really think like that. Because when you think like that, that leads you into all sorts of regrets. And it's absolutely pointless to try to live in the past that way. I try not to like bother with thoughts like that. It's marketable though. Top 10 things I wish I knew in my 30s. My 30s were fine. You'd have to go back further. I feel like I did pretty well in my 30s. In Romania, you had 4 seasons, 3 months each. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, if it were only that, like, that's perfect, obviously, you know, like, that's how you think the seasons are going to play out, but in places where I live, like, it doesn't happen that way. You might get 4 or 5 months of winter, you might get 4 or 5 months of summer, but you're certainly going to get an extreme that lasts longer. I wish I could... It'd be great if just on a calendar you knew, like, hey, 3 months of winter and then we're done with this. That'd be good. Top 10 things I did to become a streamer. How did I become a streamer? One day, I thought maybe sometime I'd like to stream hardcore WoW. That was my thought, right? I said, you know, and I didn't want to do it right then. I wasn't ready to stream. I didn't know if I was going to really stream or not. All I wanted to do was make sure OBS worked with YouTube, because I had streamed in the distant past. I had streamed a little bit on Twitch. I had played Dauntless with my friends, so I knew how to work OBS, and I had streamed before. I streamed Outer Wilds on Twitch, and so I just wanted to make sure that my OBS could link up to my YouTube. So one day I went to go test this out, and I got on, and it seemed to be working, and suddenly I had 40 people in my YouTube stream, and suddenly I had 50 people in my YouTube stream, and then suddenly we were talking, and we were chatting, and I was playing the game. And that's how I became a streamer on YouTube, because prior to that I had spent 5 years just doing recorded content and not really thinking if I would ever stream WoW or not. Yeah, we're back here again looking for... We need to find some armaments. I was thinking maybe today, it's a little bit early, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. These are the US servers, so there have to be some people that work. This area doesn't look as crowded, so maybe we can find these crates. I mean, I'd love to get the quest to kill the name guy. Oh, as my dogs are starting to bark, I should say we have somebody coming to look at our furnace today. So I think they're here now. The furnace is fine, it's just an inspection, but my dogs are going to be noisy for a bit, so I might ride mute for the next couple minutes, depending on how loud these people are going to be and how loud my dogs are going to be. I don't think I'll have to get up. My wife might handle it, but it might be loud for a second. Your 30s are your best decade. I'm hoping my 40s are my best decade, you know? I think we always want to believe that whatever decade we're in, that we've survived to, is going to be our best decade. And for me right now, that's my 40s. My 40s have to be my best decade, because otherwise, what am I doing? I might as well just lay down. When I figure out how to have the money, I'll let you know. So far I've spent all of my decades without it. If I ever figure out how to have a decade with self-awareness and money, I'll let you know when that happens for me. And part of me doubts if I had money, like substantial amounts of it, that I would ever have reached any kind of self-awareness to begin with. Nick, welcome to the stream. Eags, good morning to you, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. Can you guys hear the big dog barking? Like right there? Did you guys hear that? Curious how much this microphone will pick up. Oh, you definitely heard that. You can hear it? Okay, good, good. Yeah, that's my big dog. Jose, welcome to the stream. Nick, under normal circumstances I give you an LOL, but we just don't talk about anything political here. Even in a humorous way that you meant it. We just avoid all political topics, subjects. What I like to do is I like to also avoid proper nouns, people's names, places, things, events. We just don't talk about any of it in chat. Yeah, even though like it could be harmless, right, when you're just shooting the shit, but when people come here, I just don't want them to have to think about any of that even for a second. Yeah, I just don't want it to even like register with people's consciousness. That's all. That's like one of the few chat rules. No political, social, anything, even to be funny. It's a slippery slope, you know. Some people just will get triggered. Yeah, there's too many places on the internet where, like, you know, that kind of talk is prevalent and the thing to do. I feel like there are enough outlets for that kind of thing. And this place is just an escape. We escape to Azeroth. Alright, well, I mean, we're not really making progress with the armaments. It's hard for me to stand still and box camp. Like, I don't want to, like, camp out a box. But I think if you really wanted to get this one done, that's probably what you'd have to do. I'm hoping that killing some extra guys here will make up for the experience that we're going to lose. That's the dream. Alright, but for now... we could go down and do Scorched Grove stuff. We're pretty close. Usually, I would save this kind of like for the end of the zone, but let's go ahead and do it now. We have Farstrider Retreat stuff to do. That stuff is level 10. Level 10. We should be fine. It's so weird playing in this era, playing in TBC zones, and I have to keep reminding myself that we're actually playing TBC Classic. You know, that we're not playing like Cataclysm or Pandaria and I'm just leveling a Blood Elf. We're not going to out-level the quests. I keep getting worried that we're going to out-level like everything in the zone. Because the last couple times I leveled through here, I think we had like Joyous Journeys and it was Kata or it was Mop. And I have to keep reminding myself that this is Classic. I'm not going to instantly out-level all the quests.
Glory to the Sindorai. Keep your wits about you.
Somebody asked a question yesterday, and I still don't know the answer, but I'm curious if anybody does. They asked if they made any changes to the dungeon LFG for TBC, and I don't think they did. I don't think we have any changes to the looking for group, do we? Ooh, and then I guess we also need confirmation whether or not the summoning stones have been turned on. Because we should have summoning stones now. We found a beaded robe of frozen wrath. A beaded robe. Well, that's a cool look. This is not a robe, though. I don't like. I'm not sure. You can call this a top, and I think even calling it a top would be generous, but it's certainly not a robe. We gotta find a weapon upgrade soon. This weapon is not cutting it. Literally, it's not cutting it. Battered chest, bolt of linen cloth. Okay. At this point, we could probably find a better weapon just on the vendor. We are wielding the Gladius, a white one-handed sword with 11 top-end damage, 3.8 DPS, level 4 equip. Yeah, I think I bought this off the vendor actually, or maybe this was a quest reward. And I don't have any money on this server, so it's kind of like a self-found. I had enough resources to get myself some bags, and I started myself with 2 gold. But other than the 10 slot bags and the 2 gold, I don't really think I have any Horde resources on this server. I have a level 52 Alliance Warrior, but highest Horde characters like level 33, so whatever we get, we're gonna have to like mainly find ourselves. Got some copper over here. That is already being used. It let me hit it once, so I got the skill up, but then it started to tell me that it's already being used. It must be like a layering problem. That is unfortunate. This character is on Dreamcythe US, which is where I'm doing all of my Horde play for TBC. And then all of my Alliance stuff is over on Thunderstrike EU. How do you change regions? You have to have an account for both region. So I have a separate account for EU, and it's two subs that I pay. And so when you go to make an account, when you go to create a new BattleNet account under your primary BattleNet, you'll pick a region. When you make the account, that's when you choose whether it's going to be EU or US. And then what you'll see is you'll find that account in your dropdown. So it'll still be part of your BattleNet. You'll go into the dropdown and you'll pick either your EU account or your US account, and that'll connect you to the right servers. But that's it. You have to make the account as an EU account. Lisa, greetings. Welcome to you. Thanks for joining us. Good morning to you, Mr. Blaster. Thanks for being here today. But yeah, you don't just switch back and forth. You do have to pay for the 2 subs. Blizzard is certainly getting their money's worth out of me. Galaxy Cat, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. Crispy, you sent me something in the mail. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'll check it out when it comes through. It's very kind of you. Yeah, I accept gifts. I don't ask for stuff. Like, I'll never ask for stuff because we'll find stuff, but I don't turn down gifts. Mainly because I feel like it's rude to turn down a gift. That's kind of how I always felt with people like who wanted to give me stuff in the game. I just feel like it's rude to turn it down. Unless I purposely have set out with the explicit desire to do a self-found run. Which is not necessarily the case here. Whitebark's pendant. I feel like we have to turn this in and grab the follow-up in order to get that quest item. Because I think that drops off the named guy.
Our enemies will fall. The reckoning is at hand.
Okay,
we will
so
have
maybe
justice.
the name guy is a random spawn. Maybe that's what it is. Ooh, it's gonna be tough to find him alive with everybody around. Yeah, we're looking for, what is his name, like Old Witherbark? Old Whitebark. Yeah, this guy right here. So these people are probably spawn camping him. I'm gonna see if I can get into their group. There we go. Yeah, that's true. Once we get into the Ghostlands, we'll have that one rep vendor, and the rep vendor actually has some really good items on it. I think it has a green sword that we really want. Like a two-handed sword? It'll be really sad if we don't get the tag on this. We've got 5 people in the group. We've got 2 outsiders. And I hope we get the tag. We've got 3 pallies, a priest, and a warlock. This is what real adventurers look like. I feel like something they... Ooh, that's a loud noise. Okay, we're fine. I feel like something they could do to really help people out is increase the spawn rate of the name mobs. You know, like, remember in Hardcore? Remember in Hardcore when the name mobs would respawn like every 5 seconds? I feel like they could pull that trigger. And if they pull that trigger, then, you know, everyone gets to tag the name mob. We don't have to necessarily wait for 15 minutes. Because we have a named mob problem. And the problem is that they don't respawn fast enough. It kind of makes you just want to skip the quest. Like, think of all the mobs we could be killing right now. Think of all the ore I could be mining. But instead, we're just kind of chilling. Amy, they're all done. Yeah, that was fast. That was good. Now, in an hour from now, the dog will calm down. How would I feel if this server didn't progress into Wrath of the Lich King and stayed in the TBC era? I'd be fine with that. I think people would obviously, like, people get bored, you know, after a while. I like to roll a ton of alts, so it takes me a lot longer to get bored. Because, you know, we got a lot of classes we can level up. I wouldn't mind if it stayed, like, as long as we knew about Classic Plus by then. We should hear about Classic Plus at BlizzCon this year. So that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I don't care really what they do, because ultimately, like, I know eventually we're gonna be in Classic Plus. I would rather, like, honestly, let's say we have a little ways until Classic Plus. Let's say Classic Plus is like 4 years out, okay, which I don't think it is. But for this argument, let's say that it's 4 years out. I would rather they do another season than really go into Wrath of the Lich King. Like, I don't really need to play Wrath again. I played the crap out of Wrath, like, you know, the first time around. In Classic, I also feel like I got my fill of Wrath, and so I don't really need Wrath again. And so if they wanted to leave these in TBC era, and then we could maybe do another season if they don't have Classic Plus ready.
What business
That'd
have
be
you?
more interesting to me than doing Wrath
Shall
again. Like,
Be
Season of
ready
Discovery
for
2.
anything. Death to all who oppose us.
They should have implemented shared tagging. No. I'm sorry, guys. It's as frustrating as it is to get tagged. Sometimes I don't want shared tagging. Nope. No, I don't want it. I don't think it has a place in an RPG. I don't want shared tagging. No, what I want, I just want the mobs to respawn faster. I think having the mobs respawn faster would be a good solution that isn't going as far as, like, making people just have to walk up, tap the mob once, do no work, get XP and loot. Like, I don't like that. No, because it encourages people to run around like maniacs, tag as many things as they can, and that then leads over into affecting how they play other modes in the game. Like, it leads into affecting how they play 5-mans, how they play raids, because they get used to running through an area, hitting everything once, and, like, majorly letting the people in the area kill it with them or for them. And I don't think that I don't think mob sharing belongs in Classic. I'll just take a higher respawn rate. No, I just want to tag it once. Just once. Just to get my skill up. Yeah! Okay, sorry, I just want my skill up. Oh, son of a puppy! We got hit. Right as I was trying to mine. I just wanted to tag it. Oh, you got to tag it so many times. I just want my skill up, bro. So rude. I don't even want the ore. I just want to hit it one time. Alright, level 11. We're gonna do 5 points in Divine Strength. David, welcome to the stream. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well today. Very nice. Very, very nice. That was very kind of him to get me in on that. I was struggling to try to invite him myself, but he beat me to it.
Victory lies ahead. Stay the course.
That's right, we need one more Dark Wraith for the kill quest. So that worked out pretty conveniently. What race is this? This is the best race in the game. These are Blood Elves. The best race. Mainly because we don't have High Elves. If we had High Elves, they look the same, except they could have blue eyes. Since we don't have High Elves, the best race in the game is Blood Elf.
Glory to the Sindorai. Shorel Aran.
I haven't got all day. Do not seek death.
Yeah, the elf models from Classic Era looked freakish. Yes, the elf models from Classic Era, they look wrong. So we're really lucky we didn't end up with those models as like character models, because they look kind of like unfinished. They look like something straight out of EverQuest, actually. A very interesting look. Yeah, they were reskinned Night Elves. That's a good point. Yeah, they basically were the same rig. Yeah, it was the Night Elf rig reskinned, and it made them look like freaks. And then it was kind of low res. It wasn't even just that they reused the skin. If you look at the texture, and you especially if you look at the face, it's really low res. Even for the time, even for Classic, the number of pixels is not a high number of pixels. So they're upscaled Warcraft 3 models. Yeah, like they basically look like upscaled Warcraft 3 models. The pixel count is the same as like the Warcraft 3 model. It's like, I have a face made of 12 pixels. Good luck. I think the bats might drop meat. Oh yeah, meaty bat wings. We need to hang on to these because we're going to use these for cooking. So I need to remember, don't vendor my meaty bat wings. We got some ore down here. David, yes. I agree. Yeah, the ear bounce is nice. It's nice, and it's an unexpected use of physics, and I appreciate it. I don't think Night Elves' ears move in that way. I don't know if the Night Elf ears have bounce. It'd be a shame if they didn't. Now Talon says, now I can't unsee that. No, once you see the ear bounce and you come to appreciate the ear bounce, nothing else matters. True story. Dave, good morning to you and welcome to the stream. What a weird time to come in, like just talking about the ear bounce physics. But yeah, they did a good job. I imagine long elven ears would in fact bounce in that manner. Ear physics. Yeah, the ear physics. The way the ears bounce. At 20 years of Belf as your main race, you've never seen this? Oh wow. Yeah, it's funny because the human eye and the human consciousness, it leaves out more than it takes in. You use central vision for almost everything that you do. It's one of the greatest tools that humans have, is the ability to focus. But because we're so used to focusing, we often don't use our peripheral vision at all. And so the world that we experience, we actually take in a lot less than we leave out. And ear bounce is one of the things that you have left out for 20 years. And the six-legged crocs, people never see that all the crocolisk in WoW have 6 legs. People never notice the Yeti's toes are wiggling unless it's pointed out to them. There are vultures in Hellfire Peninsula that in fact have 2 heads. That's something that most people never notice. There's all kinds of stuff like that because the human consciousness actually leaves out more than it takes in. The crocs have 6 legs? What the? Yeah, every single crocolisk in all of Azeroth has 6 legs. None of them have 4 legs. They've never had 4 legs, whether it's a basilisk or a crocolisk. They all have 6 legs, guys. And so when you go about in your life and you trust your memory of events and you think that you have a pretty good handle on the story of you because you know you've been cognizant for the story of you, and so of course you know all the things that have happened to you and have a good memory, well, think about all the things that you actually leave out. Like 6-legged crocolisk, wiggling Yeti toes, 2-headed vultures, and ear bounce. Think about all that you leave out. Exponent Poet, that's a negative on the Night Elf ear bounce. Ooh, that's such a shame. The Night Elves don't have ear bounce. What? And they have longer ears. What a rip. They got longer ears and no ear physics. You gotta think, like, obviously by retail they must have ear physics now. They probably didn't get their ear physics until they remade the character models in Warlords of Draenor. That's probably when the Night Elves finally got their ear physics. Maybe there's lore. Maybe there's lore about it. Maybe the Night Elf ear, the cartilage, is much more rigid. And so maybe there's actual lore behind why their ears are immobile. And if there isn't lore, you know, as Blizzard, you could simply make some up to explain away why the Night Elves don't have any ear physics. Yeah, the Night Elves flip and the Blood Elves spin. Yeah, that's their sporadic jumping animation. The Night Elf male body has a weird running animation where the arms and shoulders detach. There's probably lore about that. It's probably intentional. Ooh, what do we get? Training Sword of the Eagle. Ooh, is this like not the most perfect item we can get right now? We found a green training sword of the eagle, intellect and stamina, both stats that we need. Huge damage increase. You know, we're going from 11 top end to 30 top end. That's amazing. What a nice find. And it looks like a fishing rod from a distance. So people can come into the stream and they can say, hey, you know, you have your fishing rod equipped. But I don't. It's lovely when things drop and you can actually use them in their upgrades. Feels good. I hope this is a sign of things to come. Demon Hunter, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. We're dabbling our toes in the Ghostlands just for this one quest. We have a bunch of stuff still to take care of up in Eversong Woods, so we're not... Yeah, see, that was all we needed. We were technically just here for the blood. Now we're going back into Eversong Woods. I haven't done anything out at the Farstrider Enclave yet. So I think we're headed that way. I think we're gonna head up here and start up here in the north and then work our way down. Oh, you know what? It would help if I'm looking at the right map. We're gonna start here and we're gonna work our way up. There we go. That's the real plan. When I'm forming my plan around the correct map.
I'm listening. Trust no one.
All right.
Anaria, Shola.
Delivery to Tranquilian. Tempted just to go grab the bracers.
Time is of the essence.
Okay. All right, let's just go north for now and we'll finish up all this stuff. It feels like there are less people online today during this time of day, which is working out really well for us. Will I level up as Prot? I'm not gonna level up as Prot. Like, I'm not gonna go into the Prot tree. We will tank dungeons at a low level for sure. I'll throw on a sword and a shield and we will tank. But I'm just gonna do my normal spec. The first thing I'm doing is grabbing Divine Strength, Protection. No, I'm not gonna go into Protect. Well, you know, the armor bonus on Devotion Aura would be good, but I don't think I'm gonna go into Prot. We're gonna go Holy Ret, which is like just my typical pally leveling build. But we'll still be able to tank fine, especially leveling dungeons. We just need to, we have to get Retribution Aura, and then we're good to go. And we have to make sure that our gear is pretty decent. Like, I want to make sure that I can get some decent greens, like, prior to doing a dungeon. They don't have to be amazing, but they have to have some stamina, some armor on it, and whatnot. And then we'll be fine. Like, I don't think there's a good reason to level up as Prot, though. Like, I don't know. I don't think for leveling it would really benefit a person to go deep into Prot right away. There might come a time when, like, you could say you could respec Prot and then you could do, like, AoE pulls. But that would probably be, like, when you had more talent points to spend later down the road. what is it marking over here? Oh, we have, the party never ends. We need to buy the bundle of fireworks. There's another item at the Farstrider Retreat we have to buy, and then the other item is in Silvermoon City. I think the general goods guy has the fireworks.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's sell some of our junk.
We will have justice.
Do not loiter. Be ready for anything.
What build are we now? I mean, we're going into Holy for some talents, but, you know, like, that's not really what our build is. You really don't have a build. You don't have a build until you're like, I'd say maybe like level 40 when you can get down to the first major like end talents. And then you could say like, well, my build is this or that. But like when you're just leveling up, I always go into Holy for the flat strength increase, because the very first point can give you a bunch of extra strength. So I always start with that, and then I go over to Ret, and then I grab improved Blessing of Might, because that's also going to give me more attack power. So like right away I just grab the two things that are going to increase my DPS output the most. And then after that, you know, we could probably just keep going into Ret. There might be some other stuff in Holy that I want. Let's see. Like increasing my intellect would be good too. Like that's a bigger mana pool. You know, maybe I want to do that. I know I want to grab this, because I will do a Seal of Righteousness build most of the time. I don't really like Seal of Command. We might do it eventually if we get a really good, really slow weapon. But leveling up, for the most part, I'm probably going to grab this because I know I'm going to use it. So, you know, we're going to do like a little bit here, and then we'll come down here.
Your gold is welcome here.
There's no loitering, but of course my gold is welcome here. Oh, I see how it is. So I can't loiter, but you'll take my money. Very, very rude. Alright, let's get rid of the bread. I haven't really needed the water yet, but I hesitate to sell it.
Remember the sun well.
Alright, we were working on a quest for the Mage Apprentice over here, so let's go resume that one. We're looking for tainted soil samples. Maybe with there being less people on, it'll be a bit easier to find those today. The other Horde zones are pretty much empty if you want easy questing. Oh, no way. Oh, I wouldn't give up Eversong Woods for anything. I've waited and waited to be able to quest Eversong Woods and Ghostlands like in a classic state again. So, but yeah, that's a good point though. If you have a Blood Elf and you're frustrated at any point, if you're playing during like prime time and you just can't get any tags or anything, go to any of the other starting zones. Yeah, go to Durotar. Like, there's going to be far less people hanging out in Durotar for sure. And that doesn't mean there won't be any, but it's obviously going to be a lot less. What's my favorite class if I have one? Yeah, I have like most played classes, but because of how much I play the game and like sometimes I come across a class that I used to hate and I start to love it, I hesitate to say that anything's my favorite. Recently I've really been loving the Rogue. The Rogue is like my new main. I'm going to be raiding on a Rogue, and I have found the Rogue after like 20 years of kind of avoiding the Rogue because I couldn't find like a good class fantasy that like fit in my head, made me get immersed in the tune. After 20 years of avoiding it, I like fell in love with it. Like right now, the Rogue is my favorite class in the game. But my most played, I mean, I play a ton of Warrior, I play a ton of Paladin. I like melee classes. I typically enjoy melee classes more than I enjoy ranged classes. Unless I can heal. If I'm healing, that's different. I still don't like Druid. I just don't like... I like Cat as far as like the mechanics of Cat. And I like Bear as far as the mechanics of Bear. I just don't like being in a shapeshifted form is all. I just don't like being in a shapeshifted form. That's all it boils down to. I like the aesthetics of just like having my character. I like seeing the gear change. I like seeing the weapons change. I like being able to watch the animations and stuff like that. So that's all it is. Yeah, unfortunately, I'll probably never really get into the Druid or really get to learn the Druid because I just have a hard time with staring at the shapeshifted form for the entire playthrough. It never changes, you know. I think a lot of people have that problem. Unless Druid is like your class fantasy, like the one that resonates with you the most. Like, if you don't really resonate with the Druid class fantasy and it just isn't for you, then, like, it's hard to get over the shapeshifted thing. In later versions of the game, you know, like, the shapeshifted forms, some of them look pretty cool. But even in those versions, it still doesn't make me interested. I still don't want to look at it for the entire time. I just like to see my gear. A glyph to allow you to stay in humanoid form but crawl around as a cat. That sounds awful. I hope they don't do that. That sounds terrifying. Just go like full demon exorcist mode, like flip over backwards and do like a scorpion crawl. Like, no thank you. I will pass on that. There's astral balance form. Yeah, an astral balance form is fine. Once you get into Wrath and you have those kinds of glyphs. But you're still like a glowy star person. I still can't really see my gear. I still really can't see my character. It still obfuscates my character too much. But it's a good middle ground. It's a good middle ground, and it's a different kind of fantasy than turning into a were-chicken. Because, you know, not everybody wants to be a were-chicken. I take back what I said about this maybe being easier to get done today. It seems like this may be a bottleneck point. So there are still lots of people out here looting the item. And they spawn on the ground. What I find often is that things that spawn on the ground typically spawn in faster than mobs. Like, I'm pretty sure this one just respawned in the last 5 seconds, so maybe if we camp one out, like if I can find one and camp it, maybe we have a chance. Let's grab this one, and then we'll see if we can hang out here for a second and see if it respawns, or if another one respawns nearby. Someone else is gonna get that one. Having a werewolf form or like a worgen form for feral, that would be cool. Like instead of a cat, you just turn into a worgen. That would be pretty awesome. I still don't think it would get me to play it, but it would probably be cooler than being a cat. How do I feel about Enhancement Shaman? Enhancement Shaman is always really fun. In some expansions, they're not viable. And I prefer two-handed enhancement. I think TBC is the last time that two-handed enhancement even works. But yeah, that's how I like to play my shaman. I like to do two-handed enhancement. Although in Cataclysm I had fun with dual-wield enhance. That item's already being used. Yeah, it's already being used. It's already being used by me. Why can't you get this straight? Oh, we got some layering problems apparently today. I got my skill up off of it, so that's cool. I would just love to also get the resources. I mean, this is one way to try to do a quest. I don't know if it is the way. I feel like I could just grind instead. And that would likely result in more XP than standing around to turn the quest in eventually. But I don't really know, because I don't really know how much the quest is worth. We're getting only 57 a kill from the mobs in the area. We do have some more ore nearby. Let's see if we can get over to this ore. There we go. And now the question is, like, are we gonna have to stand in line to try to turn in the quest? And the answer is, I don't even see the NPC. What happened to the NPC? Oh, we're not standing around for that right now. Instead, we are gonna head over to the Farstrider Retreat. So we need a specific item off the vendor here for the party quest. I think we need Springpaw appetizers?
Everything has a price.
Yeah, Springpaw appetizers. What's my favorite race? You are looking at it.
Victory lies ahead.
We are playing my favorite race at long last.
We will have justice. Keep your wits about you.
I don't think I need those low-level gems. If I do, then we'll just get some on the auction house. But if I need those gems, it would be for specific items. But I don't really care about making specific items. I'm just gonna make whatever I can efficiently to skill it up.
State your business.
Yeah, so I don't think I need those low-level gems necessarily. Not when I'm just gonna speed level it as quickly as I can and as most efficiently as I can, you know?
Shorel-Oran.
I'm just kind of I'm prioritizing inventory space over as much as I can right now.
Our enemies will fall. We will have justice.
Alright, you know, I would love to be able to turn that one in, but I don't know when we're going to be able to do that. I might have to get on in like the middle of the night or something and see if I can do some of these quests where like we're waiting on an NPC to respawn. Because otherwise, we might not get them done. Although I feel like level-wise we're doing good. Typically I think about heading into Ghostlands anytime after level 12. And I don't think we'll have a problem hitting level 12 doing the rest of this stuff that we can do. Some additional grinding while we travel never hurts. This is Dreamcythe US. That's where we're at for our Blood Elf. I have that in the description, but I wonder if I should try to put it into the stream title. Because that's like, you know, the most commonly asked question I think in chat is, what server is this? And I wonder if I have enough character space to simply put it into the title of the stream. Let's find out. There we go. Now it is in the stream title. They will still ask. I mean, this is true. There will definitely be people that still ask. I might feel less inclined to want to answer them knowing that it's in the title of the stream, though.
The dark times
Like I might not feel like I have to answer the question every time. Set up a chatbot timer? Oh, I can't do fancy stuff like that because that sounds like it requires knowledge that I don't have yet.
The reckoning is at hand.
There's probably some clever streamer stuff I could do to answer commonly asked questions of that nature.
Be ready for anything. The reckoning is at hand.
Yeah, I need like an AI chatbot to help me out with stuff like that. AI rambles.
Remember the sun well.
The AI rambles chatbot. Can I fit my favorite race's blood elves into the title too? No, I can't, unfortunately. Yeah, no. I could just put like a commonly asked questions portion of the stream description, like just put it in the description. Crispy, thanks so much for the membership, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out with us today. You guys could just reply. Yeah, you guys could reply. I could let it sit longer and see if anybody wants to type it, but then it's like you're doing my job for me. When really you're just here to chill. And put in the title, no, he's not fishing. Yeah, he's not using a fishing rod. No, that's not a rod I have equipped. It's a training sword. Whatever you do, don't play on the PvP server. I mean, I can't anyway.
Keep your wits
I would
about
basically, you know, if you want to play the game unmolested, I would always advise a PvE server.
you. We will have justice.
Wayne with the 10 gifted memberships. That is incredibly generous of you, my man. Thank you so much. Welcome to the 10 new people. Thank you all for hanging out with us today. I appreciate you guys being here. This little area right here is an incredibly pretty area. It's got these very unique blue flowers that you don't see in a lot of parts of the zone. I think it's some of the only blue that's in the color palette of the zone are the flowers here in this area. I like how it's alliance blue and gold. It's almost like a slap in the face because the flowers here are alliance colored. And yet we end up on the Horde side. My weapon looks like an ogre's toothpick. That's very rude of you to say. My blood elf lady is offended. Welcome to the stream, Robert. Thanks for being here today. To insinuate that ogres practice oral hygiene and not toilet hygiene is a stretch. That's true too. Like, what are the odds they even know what a toothpick is for? They don't even know what, like, a latrine is for, or like a ditch. This is a good point. And now anytime we're in an area with ogres, my eyes are going to be peeled. You know what I mean? I'm going to be looking on the ground. I'm going to be watching where we step. Like, and I've never thought about it before, but it's another one of those things. Like we talked about earlier. Like, you don't notice it until you notice it. And it took me 20 years to notice the ogre leavings in Tannerus. And now I'm going to be on the lookout wherever there are ogres. I know how they are now. Can't even repeat that, it's disgusting. For sure that's what happens. That's how we know the ones we were coming across were fresh. Because anything there in that environment for long would have baked away. Adam, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. You could find gold teeth in those piles? We're missing out. It sounds like something you would tell a 10-year-old to get them to go dig and poo. That's what it sounds like. Stefan, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Has anyone tried their boost yet? Is it working now? Well, that's a question. I feel like they might have gotten it sorted out by now, but I'm not sure. You've heard that it's working? Yeah, I think it is working now. As a non-booster, it doesn't affect me, but I feel like it's probably working by now. You can finally skip the game. They waited, they were patient, they were understanding, and now finally they can pay to skip the game. A full retail price of a game. They can pay for a game to skip a game at long last. Yeah, like, is the boost working yet? Asking for a friend. I'm asking for a friend. I think if they were gonna put the WoW token into TBC, they'd have done it already, you know? The WoW token got put into Wrath Classic, so if Anniversary gets to Wrath, then I think we'll definitely see the WoW token, but I feel like if they were gonna put it into TBC, they would have already talked about it. I just feel like it's a weird thing to put in like midway through. They would get the most money out of the WoW token for TBC putting it into the game right away. Like putting it into the game with pre-patch. That would be like the most money they could make with a WoW token. So I just can't see them adding it later now, because they've already missed like the biggest money making opportunity. I'm sure they have the discussions, you know what I mean? Like I'm sure many discussions were had about whether or not it was going to be a thing, but it looks like they decided no for now.
What business have you? Stay the course.
Well, some people have to work and don't have 12 hours a day to play. I don't know what that has to do with anything. The very nature of a game is to play. Like, so inherent in the idea that it's a game, you are playing a game. You're not working a game. No one says, I'm about to go work a game. You know? In the same way that we play music. No one says they're gonna go work the piano. You know, it doesn't make sense. So so my point is, it's all about play. It's about play, it's about enjoying your time. Supposedly you're doing something you think is fun while you're playing. And so, you know, imagine that you pay $100 to go to a concert. And as you're going to the concert, you're going into the door, and somebody says, now wait, if you pay me $50 more, you can skip the concert. We'll just skip it. You can come in right at the end of the last song. You pay me $60, we'll just skip the whole thing. You can come in and you can hear the final crashing chords, the very end. You would say that person was crazy. Why would anyone ever want to spend money on that? Why would you want to pay to skip it? We don't need a name guy or anything, do we? Oh, maybe we do need a name guy. Yeah, let's stay in this group just to see how this works out. You're paying to skip the opening acts, but why? I don't know. Do you see my point though? I think it's kind of funny to pay money to skip the experience. You're paying money to skip the experience. And that's not the point of play. The point of play is not to arrive at a specific destination necessarily at a specific time. And I feel like when you approach play that way, you're cheating yourself. When you approach play in the way that says, I have to get to the end, I have to be at the end, the valuable stuff is at the end, I think then with that mentality, you cheat yourself out of the fun that play is supposed to have. Because you have essentially turned play into some undesirable task that you simply have to get done in order to arrive at the end. And once it becomes this undesirable task where you just have to get to the end, I feel like that colors even the experiences that you have once you're at the end. And so I feel like the whole mentality of boosting in Classic just kind of, it kind of ruins the whole point. But that's just my opinion. And feel free to boost as many characters as you want, and then do the 3 raids that exist, and then log out, and then just maybe just go back to play retail where there's more endgame stuff to do. I think the reality is some people know how to enjoy playing a game, and other people only know how to complete tasks. And I think a lot of people accidentally confuse the two. And it's easy to confuse the two. It's not even really your fault that you're confused.
Our enemies will fall. Shurelaron, we will have justice.
I guess I don't need to be in this group anymore. I'm not sure if the group ever did anything for me. I feel like we were fine just to solo that stuff. But that's okay. Let's go back. We'll turn this one in. And then we have some stuff to do in the troll area. And it's funny when people talk about Classic and they talk about it in such a way as if they have to play it. And they're like, well, you know, I work 60 hours a week and I have 3 wives and 6 kids. I have 2 puppies that we just got, and how am I supposed to do all that, and how am I supposed to have time to level up in Classic WoW? Well, you're not. Well, you're simply not. And that's okay. Isn't it okay? Because you're choosing to work the 60 hours, you're choosing to have the 3 wives and the 6 kids who don't want you to play WoW. You got the 2 puppies. So isn't it okay that you don't have time to play WoW? To play Classic WoW? Because Classic WoW is a slow game, it requires a lot of time. The point is the leveling journey, it takes 100, 200 hours. And you don't have time, and that's okay. Or is it okay? Because if it's not okay, the only person that you have to blame is yourself. But you don't have to play Classic WoW. There are lots of other games out there where you don't need to feel like you have to play for 20 hours a week. In fact, you could play Classic WoW that way, and you could enjoy the 30 minutes a day that you get on, but you choose not to. You choose to imagine that you have to reach a certain outcome in a certain amount of time, and that if you can't reach that outcome in a certain amount of time, that it's not worth it. You have devalued your own play. And you have maybe made bad choices about what you choose to treat as play and how you choose to find play in real life. Like, you've made some bad choices. Or everything's fine and there's no problem. But it's up to you. It's entirely up to you how you live. It's up to you how you spend your time. It's up to you what you consider play. Like, these are all your choices. No one's forcing you. And as far as preferring endgame, Classic Era is not that game. You know, there is endgame, there's stuff to do, but it's not going to provide you with the amount of content, the amount of gameplay that something like retail is going to provide. If you really want endgame, they have a game for endgame. It's called Modern WoW. There's so much to do in Modern WoW. There's so many things. That is truly a game where you should boost a character and you should just play endgame. Because in Modern WoW, yes, all of the content is at endgame, and that's where you should be if you want to spend time with it, which is why the leveling journey only takes 10 hours. They have that game for you if you are a person that is only interested in the end game. It already exists. It already exists, and you don't have to play classic WoW if you don't feel like the amount of time you have is worth it. Because guess what? After you boost that character, you've given them your $60 to boost that character, and they're level 58 and they're looking at the Dark Portal, you're not going to have any more time to play than you've had right now. The Anniversary Realms have been out for over a year. You're not going to have more time once you get through the portal to play than you've already had. So maybe there's other games where your time could be better spent.
Glory to the Sindorai,
instead of acting like the only way you could enjoy it is if you had 20 hours a week or 30 hours a week to play it.
Glory to the Sindorai.
But you know, you do you. Be miserable in your own choices and get confused about what play is supposed to be and confuse play for work and see how that works out for you. I think we're waiting on this guy to finish his roleplay. There we go. Burn the evidence. This guy burns the evidence of all the bad stuff he did. He got a bunch of students killed because of his experimentations. And then we retrieved his journal, the only piece of evidence that exists, and he's like, I feel so bad about what I did. I got all those students killed. Let's burn the evidence. And we're just like, yeah, sure, burn that evidence. Thanks for the XP, buddy. All right. What next? Next we go down into the troll area. That's what we do next. Will I be using red aura? I don't know. Maybe. It depends on if my gear sucks or not. If my gear sucks, and then I'll probably keep using my my armor aura. If my gear is good, then maybe we'll go over to red aura. Talent point spent. Male or female Blood Elf Paladin? You have to ask yourself, do you like dudes in short shorts? And we have to ask, does the male Blood Elf have cool bouncing ears? Do you like short shorts? And we have to find out if they have bouncing ears for you. No, male Blood Elves are fine. My Holy Pally back in the day, my main raiding character was a male Blood Elf. For years, male Blood Elf was the only race that I would play. There is no male Blood Elf. Ah, rude. Very, very rude. Robert's been very rude today. I have to put him in a little timeout. The bouncing ears for the males confirmed. So yes, you really can't go wrong whether you choose male or female. Yeah, I would say make one of each and then look at their animations. It's all gonna boil down to like their animations. So you're gonna have to go in and see like what do they do when they cast, what do they do when they attack. Like make sure they don't have an annoying animation. There are certain animations that just don't really look right. I don't know if maybe they fixed some of them, but I know like the dwarf priest channels their holy thing like right in their face. Like they're channeling the holy heal, but it's like enveloping the front of their face. And for some reason, like it really, really bothers me. And I can't play a dwarf priest because of that. So yeah, make sure they don't have any animations that trigger you. Dwarf priest casting involves blowing up a balloon. That's what it looks like they're doing, yeah. They're like blowing up a holy balloon. That's a good one. That is what it looks like. With me and the gnomes, it was the moments when I noticed they only had 3 fingers. Once I noticed they only had 3 fingers, that was the final nail in the coffin for me playing gnomes. And I didn't really like them to begin with. Then I found out they had 3 chunky fingers. What? Yes, go look at one and character create. So they're Ninja Turtles, yeah, basically. Pale, pasty little untrustworthy Ninja Turtles. And so yeah, go look at their hands. They're good bowlers. That's what they excel at. They excel at bowling. They have the exact right amount of fingers. I don't know if that's how bowling works. I feel like I use the other fingers that aren't in the holes. They're good bowlers. Oh my gosh.
What you want?
Oh, we need Otembe. Oh, that's right. We need this named guy. What are the odds of us getting this named guy? Maybe I can get in this group. Otembe? Somebody please invite me? Inv? Please? Inv, please. Yay. TY. No more Guild Wars content? I'll play some more Guild Wars eventually, just not right now. Right now I've got TBC launch that I've been looking forward to for over a year. So right now this is where I'm going to spend my time. But eventually I'm going to go back to Guild Wars. In one form or another I will go back. Just not right now. Yeah, they should really crank up the respawn rate on just the named guys. I mean, we know they can do it. They've done it. They did it in hardcore. And they should definitely do it here. If we all bounce on it, then it'll respawn fast. There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep, just like that, boys. Look at that. We summoned him in with our bouncing. The ritual of the bouncing ears. Perfect. It was definitely the ears, yeah. For sure. Alright, so what else do I need here? I need to kill some more berserkers, I need to kill one more axe thrower. And then we'll have to go get the follow-up. I think there's a follow-up. I always get the troll quest here and the troll quest line in the Ghostlands confused. Because one of them we need a bunch of items, one of them we don't, one of them we poison meat racks, one of them we don't. This is, I think the meat racks are in the Ghostlands. You want to play, but you'll know you'll get bored when you hit level 70? That's fine. Hey, listen to this. You'll have had like 150 hours of amazing times. Yeah, I mean, that's it. You know, you're playing, so as long as you're having fun, there is no destination that matters. You don't have to have endgame plans to enjoy playing a character and leveling up in this game. You can have a great time and great adventures leveling the character up even if you never plan to do a single endgame heroic. As long as you're having fun. It's a game. You don't have to have a destination in mind. You know? Yeah, you'll just make an alt. If you still want to play when you hit 70, there are lots of other classes to play. Lots of other zones to explore. Enthusiastic Wanderer, thank you very much for the super chat. And thanks for hanging out with us today. I appreciate that. Happy New Year to you as well. I hope it's a good one for you. I mean, I have been playing Classic since it came out in 2019, and I would say 96% of my gameplay has been leveling up. And probably 4 or 5% of my gameplay has been endgame stuff like 5-man Heroic Plus and some raids. And I feel like I've had a great time. I do need to get What's Training for spells and abilities. I don't think I installed What's Training when I reinstalled my TBC add-ons. Let's take a gander. What's Training? There we go. David, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I think the last time I touched that character was like maybe on it was the cusp of Cataclysm. I was thinking like, am I gonna play this character in Cata? Obviously that didn't work out. It was like during that I kind of just wished, yeah, you know, like this was definitely a classic era character and not a Cata character. There we go. What's Training? We have a Blessing of Might rank 2 to learn, and Seal of the Crusader I'm not using, but I do want to get the next rank of Might as soon as we can. So maybe we'll hearth back and do that in a second here.
Death to all who oppose us.
Death to all who oppose us. Very, very rude.
State your business.
Enthusiastic Wanderer, thank you so much. Thanks for the super. Very generous of you.
Is at hand. Keep your wits about you.
Do I want any of these weapons? I don't think this is going to be better than what we have.
Death to all who
because we have a
us.
green weapon. Yeah, it's not better. All right. What are we needing to do now? We didn't get the Chief's Head. See, that's where I always go wrong. Let's go back and we'll get the Chief's Head. And then we also have a quest over here to do to protect the runestone. So we'll do the runestone, we'll get his head. And then we're almost done here. I feel like we might not have too many more quests to do before we head into the Ghostlands. Am I going to do a recorded playthrough as well? I don't know. I don't know because I don't know when I'll have time. I'm sure eventually I will. But I think most of my time that I have I'm going to spend streaming. Because I didn't get to stream TBC with you guys the first time around. You know, I didn't start streaming until... Well, we were playing hardcore at the time, but it must have been the tail end of Wrath of the Lich King. So I kind of want to stream as much TBC as I can, because it's a first for me. With it being my favorite era, I feel like I should spend as much time enjoying it with you guys as I can.
We will persevere. State your business.
We almost got it turned in, guys. It was close. We were this close to getting it turned in. It just didn't happen. I'm gonna have to like sneak on at like 3 in the morning or something to try to get that one turned in. Wait. Some of you guys have friends in real life? Wait, what? How did you... Why did you... What? I love when I just walk up and I get an immediate invite. I appreciate the proactiveness. Leo, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Lael, same here. It's gotten really cold. We're going through like a really bad cold snap where like the lows are going to be single digits, and the wind chills, obviously it's going to feel like -20 Fahrenheit. It's going to be really cold for a little while. Yep, we got a bunch of snow. We got dumped on. We got a snow day today, which was amazing for me because it means I get to spend more time hanging out with you guys. And we got bitter cold temps moving into the area. The snowstorm came out of nowhere. Like, the morning forecast said we were supposed to get some flurries in the afternoon where I'm at, and that was it. But we got dumped on. We got like 6 or 7 inches. It was the most off weather forecast, like, for a period of time 8 hours afterwards that I've ever seen. It was crazy. Like, I left my office yesterday from the stream. I went upstairs, I looked out the window, and like my car was covered in snow, and it wasn't supposed to be that way. So my son had a concert planned for last night, like a music concert at his school, and that got canceled first. And then the snow kept coming, and then at some point overnight they decided they would cancel school as well. Just a completely unexpected snow day. Now I need one more snow day to get me through Friday. Then it'll get me into the weekend, and then Monday's a holiday for his school. They're off on Monday, and my wife's off work on Monday. So I just need tomorrow to somehow also become a snow day, so that I can have a nice, cozy 5-day weekend here on my Blood Elf. We'll see how that works out. Yeah, I mean, to take my kid to school, I wake up at 6 in the morning. So like any day I don't have to wake up at 6 in the morning is going to be a better day. Waking up at 6 in the morning is hard. If you're someone who's gone your whole life never waking up that early, It's tough. What's tough really is like just waking up in the dark. Like something about waking up when it's still pitch black out, like really doesn't sit well with me. I don't like it. I don't like waking up in the dark. It just feels unnatural. Cosmic horrors, that'll happen for the next many years, and the worst part is after that stops happening, you're gonna hear phantom cries. You're gonna hear phantom cries for the rest of your life. The phantom cries are never gonna go away.
Glory to the Sindorai.
Your kid's gonna be 9 or 10 years old and you're still gonna be hearing phantom
We will
cries.
have justice.
Yeah, it never. People tell you like it gets easier, it gets better. It doesn't get easier.
Is at hand.
It just changes. It's actually the easiest. Parenting is the easiest before they can talk, before they can walk, before they can move around. And then it just gets harder.
What do you seek?
Yeah, so you're already hearing the phantom cries. Yeah, they don't go away.
Be ready for anything.
I think there are certain people, like certain personality types maybe, that don't have that kind of thing happen to them, where like they can hear a baby cry for years and it doesn't get stuck in their head that way. There are probably like certain people that don't get affected, but I think like, well, it definitely affected me. Alright, we are good here. I'm gonna hearth out and we are gonna train, and I have to refill my coffee. And yeah, I want to train level 12 though and get Blessing of Might. We still have a couple things to take care of down here. But we're also very nearly level 13, so we're doing
Everything
really
has
good
a
level-wise. I think all the additional fighting as we travel has really helped out. We have a quest here. What is the quest? Oh, that must be a Pally quest. Okay, we have a Pally quest. I didn't realize.
Anaria Shola, be ready for anything.
You have excelled in your early training and distinguished yourself among those who would become Blood Knights. You are ready to undertake the next phase of your training, and to that end, Night Lord Blood Valor himself has asked to speak with you. I have no doubts that Night Lord Blood Valor wishes to set a trial for you to... Okay, we have to go to Silvermoon. Let's do that. Let's go to Silvermoon.
Death to all who oppose us.
Let's get over into Silvermoon and I'll grab the Pally follow-up quest, and that'll be a good place to take a quick coffee break. This must be to get Resurrect, right? Is that what this quest line's about? We learn how to resurrect somebody? Check my mail. Oh, yeah, I will. Crispy, thanks. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, I see now that I have mail. Yeah, unfortunately, schools can't start later because schools have to be free daycare for people with corporate jobs. In fact, that's what the entire system is about. It's providing the people with the corporate jobs, they get the child care, and then the child starts to learn like a corporate regimen, how to get up, how to do like unsavory tasks most of the day while being under a controlled environment, sitting in place. And so like they can't start it any later. It has to start early because people got to get to their jobs. You gotta have that free daycare. In this country, at least, that's how it is. That's it. Yeah, I always laugh when they talk about like sending my kid home with homework. It's like, yeah, send him home with homework and see if that gets done. Let me tell you this. After being forced to do schoolwork for 6 or 7 hours already, very unlikely I'm gonna fight with him very much to do more schoolwork at home. Yeah, I don't believe in homework. Yeah, thankfully my kid's not in a public school. His school is a little bit different. Like, they get outside more. They focus on like outdoor learning in the months where they can. They have a small farm area there, so they get to learn how to take care of some animals and stuff like that when it's springtime. And so his school is a little bit different, but they still want to drill math into him the same way that public schools would. You know, they still want him to be a human calculator, and they probably spend like the majority of their academic time in a day is probably still spent on mathematics, unfortunately. It's the same old stuff.
Salama Ashalanore. Farewell.
He has a good time for the most part, otherwise we'd probably just continue homeschooling him. Alright, so
We will persevere.
what now?
The reckoning
Where
is
does that
at
want
hand.
us to go next? I guess I should have read the follow-up. Oh, it takes us down here. Oh, this takes us all the way to this little island. Like, I'm gonna do that whenever we get to it. We're gonna be doing other stuff in that area anyway. And so I don't think I'm gonna run right out there and do that. I don't really need to get my resurrect right this minute. Let's face it, we're not gonna be doing a dungeon till probably like level 15 or so. So yeah, I don't need the res right now. We'll do that when we're down in that area. Best city in the game. Best city ever made. Should have become the Horde capital city as soon as it was put into the game. It's too bad. Are we gonna run Ragefire? Yeah, absolutely. As soon as we can queue ourselves up, we'll think about heading out that way. We'll have to teleport to Undercity and catch the Zeppelin. But it's really not a lot of travel. It should be easy. Should be easy. TBC's been great so far. I've been having a great time. It's been a blast. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta get some coffee and shove a quick snack into my mouth, and I will be back in a couple minutes. Enjoy the Silvermoon ambience. All right, I am back. Thank you guys for hanging out. What do we need for heavy linen? I think heavy linen might be 40, maybe 50. Let's see, if we get 40, we'll go check the first aid trainer. How did we get the profession trainer symbols on the mini-map? That's Leatrix. Or sorry, that's Questie. I'm doing that with Questie. It lets me mark whatever I want.
Victory lies ahead. Keep your wits about you.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're gonna do the Pally quest whenever we're in that area doing other stuff, because we're gonna have other things to do out there. I'm not gonna prioritize it. Once again, I didn't check the mail. Let's check our mailbox. They've put mailboxes everywhere, so they're trying to make it easy for me. Crispy, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That was very generous of you. And with that in mind, we're gonna check the auction house for some stuff. See what the prices are on some low-level green gear. Just a couple of greens to get us out of some of the trash gear that we're in. Yeah, it should help a lot. Because I think the lower-level greens are pretty cheap right now. Let's just do level 8 to 10 stuff. Ooh, okay, the prices went up. Prices went up. I do. Ooh, prices went way up. Oh, it's a seller's market, guys. If you have any of the bear stuff, level 10 of the bear stuff, selling for like multiple golds. Oh, even the veterans leggings, which you can make with blacksmithing, these are selling for 4.5 gold each. A couple weeks ago, the market had like tanked kind of. Everything was really cheap. Everything's really expensive now. We're gonna hold on to our gold a little bit, because you know we could probably wait and then buy some like level 20 stuff at level 20. We're probably gonna spend the same amount of gold buying level 10 stuff that we would spend for like level 20 stuff. The level 20 stuff, some of it is cheaper. We're gonna wait until we get out of the level range. Let's wait to spend our gold till we're in a higher level range. Our gold seems like it's going to go much further if we're like in the 20s. Yeah, those prices are a little high. Those prices are high, and we'll find some okay stuff to get us into the level 20s. And then we'll spend our money on the pieces of gear that we lack. Like we'll replace our worst items. And we'll have to hope for some dungeon drops. Like we'll have to hope that a couple people told me that they adjusted some of the loot tables for the dungeons in TBC, and I don't know if that's the case or not. if they added stuff to the loot tables or they adjusted the drop rate of like blue items. I don't really know. It'd be nice if they did. Carnifexia, thank you very much for the 25 months of support. That's over 2 years, which is crazy to think, and I really appreciate you being here for it. Did I vendor my Springpaw appetizers? I did. You know, I never do his quest anyway. I always forget to buy the items. I never go back and turn them in. So I feel like maybe we'll just skip it. I typically do. Let's go check the East Sanctum and see if maybe we can get this quest turned in. We gotta find the NPC between 2 different rounds of role-playing. We have to find her when she's between activities, which so far has proved impossible. You think there's a blue item at the end of the quest line? No. Not a quest line in Eversong Woods. I know there's some blues on offer in the Ghostlands. I don't think we get a blue in Eversong Woods. Maybe. Let me in there. I just want one tap. You stay there. Yeah, you just see how long you can stay there. Oh yeah, for Ghostlands we get a really good sword at the end, yeah. I like how this person had, like, they have refused to loot the box because they don't want me to hit the vein. All I want to do is hit the vein to get my skill up. I'm not really interested in taking a lot of the resources. But I since everything is farmed out, I would very much like my skill up. And so, we'll see. Oh, there we go. Boom! I got in there anyway. All that effort you put in to stop me from getting it, and I still got in there, because patience pays off. And then, yeah, welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us today. I just keep getting hopelessly distracted from heading out to the East Sanctum. The training sword is what we have. Yeah, we have a training sword of the Eagle. Yep, 7.1. So we're good for now. We're good on weapons. You know, all of our gear sucks, but it's okay. We don't really need anything right now. And the questing in Ghostlands is actually going to give us a lot of good greens. You know, Ghostlands was really the first zone that started to give out a bunch of greens for quest rewards, to the point where if you leveled up a character on the Horde side, you came to these zones to do quests, because the rewards are so much better than anywhere else. So we'll be okay. The questing will take care of us, and then we'll start doing some dungeons whenever we can. We're not going to go like completely self-found. Obviously, I'll take gifts and stuff, but for now we're good. Alright, maybe we can turn this part in.
We will persevere.
Okay, we got the credit for turning it in.
State your business.
I don't know what she's doing now.
Our enemies will fall.
Okay, we've grabbed the follow-up. Okay, now we have the event. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. I think we're going to be able to finish this one.
State your business. The reckoning is at hand.
There we go. Very nice. We got lucky, and for once there was not a line of people waiting to click on her.
Glory to the Sindorai. Remember the sun well.
The dark times will pass. We will have justice.
Alright, that's level 13. Let's spend our next talent point. Alright, so we're not gonna... I don't think we're doing these. Thalis the Hunger we missed. That was back in the Falcon Wing Square area. Lost Armaments, we couldn't get that one done. We missed that one and its follow-up. Party Never Ends, I'm not gonna do. We gotta do Powering Our Defenses, which is gonna be down here, close to the Ghostlands. So I think we'll be finishing this one. And that'll be it for Eversong Woods. I think we'll be going into Ghostlands after that. Going into Ghostlands at level 13 is pretty good. I don't really feel like we need to do any zone hopping, you know? Like, I don't feel like we need to go do anything anywhere else right now. I feel like we're on track to just go into Ghostlands. There's always an argument to be made for doing like low-level zone hopping. You know, a person could go to Silverpine right now, and there would be quests in Silverpine starting at level 10 and 11, so you could do that. I don't think we need to. Especially with how I tend to kill stuff as we travel, and I feel like we get enough extra XP that way, that it should keep us ahead of the leveling curve. And I kind of want to see if in TBC onward we can just start taking some more direct leveling paths, especially early, and just do less zone hopping. Just do less zone hopping in the early game and see how that works out with all the changes. We're definitely going to do what we have to get all of the items off the vendor that we need. Yeah, the rep vendor. By the end of our questing here, we should be able to get everything. You have a problem. Questie's displaying in the middle of your screen. If you hold down control, hold down your control key and then click on the orange part here where it says Questie tracker and see if you can move it. You should be able to control a left click to move. See if that gets you where you need to be. It's not letting you make any Horde characters. It sounds like you're trying to play on a PvP realm. And oftentimes on PvP realms, if there's a faction imbalance, it'll lock out character creation on one of the factions so that the faction balance is preserved. If you need to play a Horde character, you can go play it on the PvE realm, or you can wait and keep trying. Oftentimes it's not locked out permanently, but you'll have to keep trying and see. Like, eventually it'll probably make you make a Horde character, but eventually it could be an hour from now, eventually it could be a day, eventually it could be a week. But it's something they have to do to ensure some kind of faction balance. I think once it slides past 60-40, they lock out the faction that's at 60. Because I think they try to preserve like a 60-40 faction balance at least. I'm only going to hit this once. He's clearly trying to grab this. I just want the skill up. So I'm going to hit it once. I'm going to get my skill up and then I'm going to leave it for him. Because obviously he was fighting to get to that node, but I can't pass up skill ups. I can leave it for someone else to get some hits off of it, but I cannot pass up like tapping it once for my skill up.
Glory to the Sindorai. Time is of the essence. Hold your head high.
All right, I think that's everything we need to do here. Yeah, we should be good. Into the Ghostlands we go. When you loot gear, it isn't displaying to compare the item. You press shift? Are you pressing the shift key? Because you have to press shift to get it to do this. You gotta hover over the item you want to compare and then press shift to compare it to what you're currently wearing.
Anaria
I'm pretty sure that's default and not an add-on handling that.
The reckoning is at hand.
No, right away we get some bracers that are +1 strength.
Keep your wits about you. Remember the sun well.
Let's put those bad boys on. Yeah, it's simple, but if you don't know, you don't know. If you don't know, there's no way to know. That's the problem with most simple things. The game doesn't exactly teach you this stuff.
Choose wisely. Farewell.
Let's go ahead and we'll set our Hearthstone here.
Everything has a price. Shorel Aran.
Speak quickly. Watch your back. Embrace the shadow. Victory lies ahead.
Our enemies will fall. Shorel Aran. Farewell. We will have justice.
What now? Victory for Sylvanas.
I have exactly what you need. Embrace the shadow. Goodbye.
At friendly, you can buy the two-handed sword. I don't think we're friendly yet. Let's check the provisioner.
That better be good.
No, we don't have anything yet. But, yeah. Revered. We need more than friendly, though. We got revered is the chest. Oh, no, friendly is the sword. I thought it was going in order of rep, but it wasn't. Okay, so friendly, we can get the sword. And we will want to, because that'll be a pretty big upgrade for us. So we'll keep checking back. Actually, we could probably just, yeah, we have, oh, here we go. Tranquilian, let's show as XP bar so that we can see that down here now. So we'll know exactly when we hit friendly. Angie, welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us today.
And you are... Watch your back.
David, you've never quested here. It's got a Duskwoods vibe? Yeah, a little bit. It's like, you know, kind of a spooky forest, but it's like a spooky elven forest, which in my opinion is even better than a spooky human forest. It's got a very nice vibe.
Our enemies will fall. We will have justice.
Alright, so the first place we're gonna go is over to Suncrown Village. We could do some troll quest over here too. That's level 12, so we can do it, and then we can also do our Paladin class quest. So yeah, I think we'll do everything right over here in this area. I don't know if I want to do the stuff in the water yet. I will at least grab this quest, so when we come down to the Enclave later, we can do all the water stuff together. But I think I'll hold off on the underwater stuff until we complete some other parts of the zone first. Yeah, the Blood Elf zones are amazing. They're worth playing through at least once. Like Eversong Woods through Ghostlands. It's worth at least seeing it, because they're really good zones. And if you read all the quests, the questing is really nice too, if you actually read the quest and get into that kind of thing. CNET, welcome to the stream, buddy. Where's the rogue at? The rogue is gonna sit. The rogue is gonna sit and collect rested XP until I want to get it to 58. Because that's all I'm gonna do with the rogue in pre-patch. We've got 6 levels to get. So whenever I feel like getting the 6 levels, we'll do that. Until then, it's gonna be parked. We've got 3 weeks, so... Amy, there's soup ready. Oh, that sounds amazing. I mean, if you want to bring it down, I won't complain. So yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna take another break anytime super soon, but I'll probably be able to eat some soup while I play. I turn my camera off. Yeah, my plan is I'm gonna play a lot of this during pre-patch. I'm gonna give myself 4 days to get the rogue from 52 to 58. So like, you know, I'm gonna spend 2 weeks on this character basically, and then I'll spend the 3rd week working on the rogue. If I get the rogue to 58 and it's still pre-patch, I'll come back and play more of this. And then when the portal opens, we're going to focus the rogue. We're going to get the rogue capped. We're going to get the rogue their heroic dungeon stuff. And after they've got their heroic dungeon stuff, well, they're going to hopefully raid. And once their leveling journey is done and they're doing heroics, then we'll jump back to the Pally. We'll get the Pally capped. We'll get their dungeon stuff. And, you know, in the future, after all that, there's a Draenei Priest waiting for me. And that seems good. Those are my plans for the first couple of months. Get the rogue into raid ready gear, get the Pally capped into some heroic gear, and then start working on a Draenei Priest back on the EU realms. What add-on separates the chat windows? The chat windows. I wonder what we're talking about exactly. If you're talking about the quest window is handled by Dialogue UI. You're talking about the chat windows. That's base. There's not I'm not handling that with an add-on. The ability to split these out and to move them around is in the base default edit UI. Like if you can add, you can pull them out, you can move them around, but that's not an add-on. I think I have to go into this cave. We have to light a brazier. Yeah, the edit mode is really strong. I need to take an hour and I want to rearrange my UI. I have some ideas on how I want my UI to be, because you can separate it into all of its parts. Like if you go into edit mode, like I can grab this guy, I can move this guy wherever I want. Like, I can grab my bags, I can do whatever I want with my bags. Like, you have a lot of control over what you're doing. And so at some point, I'm really going to dig into it and formulate some kind of UI that I think looks a little bit better. I started to do it before the stream, and I realized it was going to require a bit more work than I had time for, so I left it alone. Don't we have to learn res and then we come back and we resurrect this guy that we just killed? Pretty sure that's what happens. Let's get back over to the main part of the island because we're still looking for the named guy, Anok Sutin. He's going to be patrolling around. And I don't know how difficult or easy he's going to be to find, so we should start looking for him. Yeah, the edit mode is hard to learn, but it's good that it exists. It's going to allow for a lot of customization. Like, you know, I was able to move my buffs and move my debuffs around without having to use an add-on, and that was awesome. The Dark Portal opens in February 5. This is the pre-patch. I've come to realize this past week that a lot of people, especially people that are kind of new to WoW, they don't understand what comes out in a pre-patch and what comes out on full release. And Blizzard doesn't, I feel like they put information out there, but there's like no way to educate new players on these things. They just have to learn by experience. When the pre-patch comes out, all of the system changes for the coming expansion go in. And by system changes, I mean class changes, I mean back-end stuff, I mean experience needed to level, I mean talents, I mean abilities, I mean graphical changes. When a pre-patch drops, which is typically 2 to 4 weeks before the full expansion, you get the systems and you get any races. And typically any classes, if they're adding a class, you'll get access to the class. This time around we got 2 new races, so we got access to those in the pre-patch. And then what we're waiting for on February 5 is the ability to level up from 60 to 70. That content is not active or live yet. I need to get my 2 swords from PvP CNET. Yeah, but then I won't be able to enjoy my 2 green swords that I get from questing in Outland. You know? Right, I thought I was gonna wear my level 44 swords like through the Dark Portal. And just replace them with like the first piece of junk that I find. And like that was gonna be a really happy moment. So I don't know, maybe. We'll see how much I play. Because like I said, I really just want to get that character capped to 58. Oh, that didn't help us. I don't need to be in your group if you don't have the tag, silly. I thought you had the tag. That was the reason I invited you to a group. No, I'm not going to do any dungeons until probably till I'm 60. I typically don't do ramparts until I'm 60. Cause I don't want to suck on the meters. Like everything else I do, man, I'm gonna take it slow. I mean, I'm probably gonna level pretty quickly still because I know all the quests. But I'm gonna take it like just a chill approach to Outland. You only get to go into Outland for the 3rd time once. Something like that. Alright, we're on our own again, looking for the named guy. This map is very dark, and the prior map was very light. It's like kind of like 2 sides of the same coin. The first zone was very bright. This zone is called the Ghostlands. So it's really dark. It's contrast. There can be no light without shadow. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get this guy right now, and I don't know if I want to hang out and keep trying. I think instead I'm gonna shoot over to this little peninsula. We're gonna grab this quest and we can go kill some trolls, and we'll take another look on the way back. I'm not gonna get hung up on any particular quest. There's a lot of stuff to do here. I'm gonna be grinding a lot, so what I don't want to do is I just don't want to get hung up too long on any certain quest. Yeah, lots of people want it. We'll come back. On the way back, we'll take a look, and I should probably just get into a 5-man group. That'd be the smart thing to do, but... you know. Maybe that's what we'll do when we head back. That way we'll just spam for an invite, I guess.
Glory to the Sindorai. Keep your wits about you.
Anu Belore Delanar. Time is of the essence.
Ghostlands is a bit too similar to Darkshore. No, it's not. I want you to go to Darkshore right now and look around. And then you'll go to Darkshore and you'll look around and you'll be like, oh yeah, it's not. For a lot of reasons. The color palette's totally different for one. The layout is totally different for another. For Darkshore is this long, narrow strip of land where there's like only a little bit going on to the sides. Basically, this is like, you could almost say this is the polar opposite. But mainly just like different color palette, completely different layout. Go there and see. Everything here is completely different. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I didn't notice. We got sparklies. We got the sparklies. Sparklies did come with TBC. I didn't even think about it at first, but yeah, these are sparkly. Because of course they are. As someone who can never see things in the environment, I don't mind the sparkles. The sparkles make it so you can actually have your ground clutter turned up a little bit, and you can still see quest items. The yellow XP bar is me tracking my Tranquilian rep. That's my reputation with the Tranquilian faction. I want to track it so as soon as we hit friendly, they have a two-handed sword that I want to buy off their rep vendor. And that's why I'm tracking it. How do you track it? Great question. You go into your character tab, you go to reputation, you find the reputation that you'd like to track, and then you click show as experience bar. Yep, it's all in your character tab. Was I ever a James Bond fan? That's a weird question. No, not really. I enjoyed the first 3 Daniel Craig films. I thought he was really great. But only for like the first 3 films. I think they made a bunch of films with him that I did not bother to watch. But the first 3 were good. How do you put your buffs under the character pane? With edit mode. You just go into edit mode now and you move it around. They added edit mode to TBC. So yeah, you can use edit mode, you can move around anything you want. You can move literally anything you want with edit mode. It's just, you just go here, click this. You click on the thing you want to move, and then you have control over how big it is, what shape it is, where you want it, how you wrap it. Like, you have an insane amount of control over every single aspect individually of your entire UI now. And so yeah, play with it, look at it, learn it, love it, because you can do anything you want with your UI. And you no longer need an add-on to do any of it, so yeah, good times. Do I know of any good guides for new WoW players? I mean, not really, because I don't make that kind of content myself, and I haven't been a new WoW player for 21 years. So I don't really know. I know there are a lot of resources out there, but listen, if you're trying to play classic WoW especially, just play. Just learn things over time. What might help you is if you can, you know how they make those videos like, 10 things I wish I knew before I started playing WoW? Maybe find something like that. That might clue you into some of the more obscure parts of the controls. There are aspects of how the game works, like systematically, that it's easy to not know about, because a lot of them are not tutorialized properly. So maybe just finding like a 10 or 100 things I wish I knew before starting to play WoW Classic would be good. Because there's lots of resources out there when you have specific questions, when you want to know specific things. But if you're a new player, you just really need to start playing and just learn gradually, and there's probably some good tips videos out there somewhere.
The dark times will pass. Hold your head high. Stay the course. Farewell.
We don't need to work on this water quest right now. I mean, we could. We only need a couple more, but we're going to be back this way later on to do some other stuff. Let's see if there's any more emblems nearby. If there's any nearby, we can just grab them. Yeah, it looks like they're all over the place. Not a ton of competition for these. So maybe we just get it done while we're out here. I will say this, and this isn't meant to be like... I'm not saying this to be a dick or to dissuade you from playing the tune that you paid to boost. If you're new to WoW, you are going to be doing yourself an enormous disservice if the first character you play is a boosted level 58. You're not going to learn the game that way. You're not going to get immersed in it that way. It's going to be hard to get into your character. It's going to be hard to feel like you know how to play. Even after you look up the ideal rotation, you're still not going to feel comfortable with it. What I would recommend is whatever class you boosted, play that class until like level 20 at least. Once you've played that class to level 20, that's going to let you know you're going to have learned basically how to play the class. And maybe you'll actually enjoy the class and enjoy the button pushing.
The dark times will pass.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a really bad move in a game like Classic to have your first experience with the game on a boosted character.
The reckoning is at
You're
hand.
not going to stick to the game like that. And in fact,
Keep your wits about
you are skipping out on like the foundation of getting into the game and the foundation of learning it. And you're missing out on the foundation of coming to love the game. And so I would never recommend anybody begin their journey in WoW with a boosted character. It's not gonna set you up to be successful. I would say shelf the boosted character for now. Level something from level 1, and that'll let you learn the game, and it'll let you decide like what classes you like, how you like to play, and if you enjoy the game at all. Just something to think about. And you paid to not play the game, which we've talked about is kind of a silly thing. But aside from that, like, you're just doing yourself a big disservice. Oh, they won't refund you now. No, they won't refund you. Sit on the boost, keep the character, but play the game. If you want to play the game, simply play the game. This is Classic WoW, so you're not in a rush to get to endgame. There's nothing waiting for you at endgame if you haven't experienced the beginning game. If you haven't played the early game and the mid game, there's nothing in Classic waiting for you at endgame. Especially right now, because your level 58 boost does not get you to endgame. In TBC, endgame happens at level 70, so you're still going to have to learn the character and level it from 58 to 70, but you've shorted yourself out of an entire part of the game. You've basically paid money to lose out on what could be an amazing experience for you. But I would just recommend make a level 1 character and play for a while before you think about playing on the boosted character. It doesn't mean you'll never play the boosted character. It just means that the best way for you to get into the game is going to be to start at level 1. Alright, my wife brought me some soup a little while ago, some homemade cheddar and broccoli soup, and I think I'm going to turn my camera off for a bit, and I'm going to eat some of this soup while I play. We'll try to find this named guy out here before we go back to town. But yeah, I'm going to turn off my camera and eat for a bit. I'll put a note, I'll pin a note to chat, so people know where I went. And I will mute myself, and I will just be here still playing the game. I will see you guys on the flip side.
Anu Belore Delana. Farewell. We will have justice. Shorel Aran. Farewell. Shorel Aran. I have one-of-a-kind items. The reckoning is at hand.
Baladash, Malanore. Death to all who oppose us.
What would you ask of death? Our time will come. I have exactly what you need. Trust no one. I am forsaken. Remember, patience. Hello. Beware the ring.
Yes. Salama Ashalanore. Stay the course.
Anu Belore Delana. Remember the Sunwell.
So we're going to turn in the little breadcrumb, and then we're going to go do our Pally turn-in. That'll give us a follow-up to go res the guy. And maybe we'll go do that, maybe we'll hold off. We'll be back over by that lake a little bit later on, so maybe we just wait till then. But at least we can grab the first part. And we can do the breadcrumb, which is all the way in the opposite direction. It would have been really cool and probably really easy if they'd have gone back into the other starting zones and added rep vendors. Just like the vendor we just got the boots and the sword off of. You know, like every starting zone they could have went back and they could have just put one of those vendors in to help you get some pretty decent greens early
Your
on.
gold is welcome here. We will have justice. Shorel arrived.
And then also what that does is it introduces you to the idea of rep, like really early. You know, when you have a rep vendor right out the gate, you know, that teaches you that rep is important, that you're going to have to grind up reputation to get certain rewards. And I think that's good to learn early. It's also a good mechanic to have going on while you level up.
We will persevere. Salama Ashalanore. The reckoning is at hand.
There's our subjected Naru. He's gone void state. It's interesting that we can still use him to harness the light, because he's clearly gone void state.
Our enemies will
We should all
fall.
be void knights. The power of the Blood Knights is taken from a being of immense power. Isn't it magnificent? 'Twas a gift from our beloved Prince Kelthos, and it is the foundation of the Blood Knight's mastery of the light. This creature begrudges us its power, so we have devised a method for claiming it on our own terms.
Keep your wits about you. We will have justice.
Use the shimmering vessel to fill it. Okay, we gotta fill our vessel off this guy. Sorry, buddy. Summoning stones aren't until February? No, that shouldn't be the case. The summoning stones are a system thing. The summoning stones are a system, so all the system changes should be in right now. I really can't think of any reason why the summoning stones wouldn't be turned on until February, but I don't know. If that's the case, then it seems like that would be an intentional choice, just to aggravate people. Because all the talent changes are in. The class changes are in. Like, I don't see why the stones wouldn't be in. Can anybody verify whether or not they're able to use a summoning stone? Has anybody done any dungeons yet in TBC Anniversary? Who am I looking for here? What is this telling me to do? It says it's completed, but... A return to Blood Valen in Silvermoon City. Okay, where is this guy? Oh, he's somewhere else. Oh, he's hiding in the corner of the room, obviously. How hard can it be to activate? It's a flip of a switch, but you know,
Victory lies ahead.
they'd have to actually flip the switch.
Remember
There we
the
go. They are on, yeah. They're on now. Okay, I was gonna say, it'd be really weird for them to not have turned them on. I would have taken it personally. Alright, so now we have the quest to go back out and res the guy, which we're not going to do right this minute. For now, we're going to hearth back to Ghostlands. Actually, let's see. Mining. Let's go learn the next rank of mining. Since we're right nearby. We probably also have some things we can smelt. Do some smelting. Do some, just some professions work. He's in Silvermoon. They brought the guy's body back? He's not laying in the cave? Is that what we're talking about? I think he's in the cave. Maybe not. Oh yeah, I sent a group of initiates to retrieve him. You will find him on the top level of Silvermoon's Inn. With an attendant. Okay, cool. Thanks for the call out. For some reason I remember going back to the cave. Glad we don't have to. They were straight up evil? I mean, it's not evil to do what you have to do to help your race survive. They captured a being of immense power. It wouldn't lend them its power. They needed a power source to like keep going, and so they enslaved it. I don't know if it's evil. If they were torturing it for funsies, like torturing it for funsies would be evil. Like, oh, we just like to make it squirm. We're not getting anything out of this. That'd be pretty evil, but I mean, like, trying to survive and grasping at the power you need to survive, that's just like a natural instinct. You can definitely make a Horde character right now. You just can't do it where you want to. You just can't make a Horde character on a PvP realm. But you can make a Horde character. I understand the frustration, but unfortunately there have been 20 years of people being frustrated at the lack of faction balance. So, you know, they chose faction balance over convenience. They said, well, we'd rather have balanced PvP servers than make every single person happy instantly. So sometimes you have to make hard choices, and you can never make everybody happy. Well, there you go. No, but you physically can. You're choosing not to. See, that's the part you don't understand. Is you don't want to, but you're physically able to. They're not stopping you from being able to play Horde side. They're simply stopping you from being able to play it where you want. It's a fine distinction, but it's an important one. Unfortunately. What level's my jewel crafting at? Not good enough. Let's see if we can learn some stuff. We'll make everything we can, and then we'll head to the jewel crafting trainer, and then we'll head over to the inn, and then we'll hearth back. I mean, you could try to get a refund, that might work. What's never going to work is complaining about it. Complaining about a problem is never going to be what solves it. There might be an action you can take to solve it, there might not be. But complaining won't do it. Getting mad won't do it either. And if you do quit, it'll be one less person complaining about stuff, so they won't mind. They understand that sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I have some idea. Let's see. Where is the Jewel Crafter at anyway? Jewel Crafter's a little bit further. Let's do the guy in the inn first. Well, they don't need your money though. They just want you to have a good time playing the game, and if you're not having a good time, then go do something else. And they're probably not going to give you a refund, yeah. Yeah, they probably won't. You might get some kind of apologetic reply, and the reply will explain the things that I've explained about faction balance. You know, you'll get a very politely worded reply if you're lucky. If you're lucky to get that. It's a corporation, so they might choose not to communicate with you at all in any way. It's possible. But what you don't understand is that most people don't get as mad as you're getting about this. That's the part you're missing. Is you're operating under the assumption that A, this is happening to lots and lots and lots and lots of people, and B, that the people that it is happening to are getting just as mad and pointlessly frustrated as you are. And neither of those two things are true. It's not happening to everybody, and even the people that it is happening to aren't necessarily as upset about it as you are. You know? That's reality. Reality is a little bit different than just what you're experiencing. It's hard to understand, but it's true anyway. I would recommend going outside and touching grass. Maybe calling a family member or reaching out to somebody. Like maybe just having a conversation about like everyday things. Like call somebody you care about and just talk to them for a little bit. Well, that's what I would recommend.
What business have you?
But whatever you decide to do, do it somewhere else, okay?
Time is of the essence.
Eventually you'll find that emotionally dumping on everybody around you is never going to make you feel better. Like you can go through life emotionally dumping on everybody who will listen. It's never going to solve any of your problems. It's never even going to make you feel better. In fact, it's going to make you feel worse. And nobody else likes it either. Nobody else likes to be dumped on by somebody else's negative feelings. But you keep doing that and see how many functional relationships you have. The number will approach 0. Yeah, he's gonna be on minute 1 of the dark portal opening. Yeah, that guy's not going anywhere. He's gonna keep clicking.
What do you require?
He's not going anywhere. Come on.
The eternal sun guides us.
Alright, so what do we want to do next? We have to go get Tomber's supplies. Sky Mistress Gloaming. Oh, you know what? I hearthed out. Instead of running out to the flight person, I hearthed out. That's okay. We're not going to miss that one. Yeah, I think we want to get Tomber's supplies, and then we want to investigate Andorath. We got to get those ones done first. Golden Mist Village we could also do right now. Down the Dead Scar we're going to hold off on a little bit. That's level 14. We'll do that later. Yeah, right away let's go grab the supplies. Monica, welcome to the stream. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. You're new to Classic, you were playing Mob Classic, you can't seem to find your professions page. Well, if you hit K, that'll take you to your skills. If you want to find your professions, you gotta find them in your spellbook. Go to the general tab of your spellbook, and that's where you'll find your professions. You can drag them out to your mini bar, to your hotbar, and you can click them from there. See, like, I grab all my professions icons and I drag them out over here, that way I can click them. But that's where your professions are hiding out in Classic Era. They're in the general tab of your spellbook. Yeah, we can make some new rings and necklaces. Okay, so yeah, that's what I meant. We do need Tiger's Eye and stuff if we're gonna make specific items. And yeah, some of these might be okay to have. So if we get any more Malachite, any more Tiger's Eye, we'll hang on to it. If not, we're not going to be making those to gain skill ups anyway. We're going to have to find some other way to make skill ups. Probably the heavy copper ring will probably skill up making these. That's the least amount of mats. The layout is because of Leatrix. So I use Leatrix, which is an add-on. And if you go into Leatrix, you have all kinds of options. I think interface, enhanced professions, enhanced trainers. That might be what's changing. That might be what's changing my profession window a little bit. If it looks a little different from what you're looking at, it's because of Leatrix. TBC is working on a new game client, so you gotta go get your add-ons fresh, or you can try to copy them over. Some people have told me you can copy them into the new file structure, but TBC Anniversary is on a different client than the other versions of Classic, so I just went to CurseForge and got all my add-ons. CurseForge has a new drop-down for TBC. We all had some of the same growing pains. I didn't know what was going on with the add-ons either at first. It took me a while, and then it took me a while to figure out that there was a scroll bar in my drop-down in CurseForge because I was looking at the options and TBC wasn't in there. And it took me a while to realize I could scroll down and that TBC was at the bottom. I think we all had a lot of like growing pains with like having to get our add-ons and stuff like that. And it's because they turned TBC into its own game client, but they didn't really do a good job of expressing that to players. A lot of people had trouble even getting into the TBC servers. They didn't know like how to even access them because they didn't realize you had to go into BattleNet and go to your drop down and you had to select a new selection now Like, Classic was just going to get you into the era servers. So, like, we all went through a lot of that. And they had a blue post that kind of explained it, but they didn't exactly mark it as, like, mandatory reading. And they probably should have. Yeah, minimap button. Minimap button isn't working. At least it hasn't been yet. Yeah, out of date, and I don't think they've pushed out an update for it. So yeah, I missed that as well. I hope they get that one working soon to clear up some of this clutter up here. I'm sure that bothers some people. Oh, look at that. Oh, we can get into Ragefire Chasm now. Well, that's nice. We're not going to do that yet because we're no... Oh, you know what? We could do it because we could get a summon now. I was going to say we can't do it because, you know, we have to make the travel, but we don't have to make the travel. As long as there are 2 people that are there, they can summon us. So maybe we will queue up for that pretty soon. Let's finish up our green quest. Let's get any of the green stuff done, and once we don't have any green quest, then I wouldn't mind queuing up for a Ragefire. And then hopefully, you know, by the end of the run, with any luck, the Hearthstone will be off cooldown and we can just Hearth back. That would be cool. I think, yeah, we'll do that in a little bit. Let's finish up the stuff we got going on. We'll see what the queue is like. You know, I think I might just, maybe I'll buy a one-hander and a shield and maybe we can tank it. Like, we could just tank it. I feel a little bit irresponsible because most of my gear is garbage. Maybe that would be a reason to buy a couple of decent pieces on the auction house so that we can go tank. It's either that or we could buy some cloth and we can go heal. Maybe I'd just rather go heal. I mean, I don't really care either way. I plan to heal on this character at endgame. When this character's doing heroics, I want it to be a holy pally. The problem is, like, if I spend money on cloth, then I only get to use that while healing. If I spend money on gear to tank, then that's gear we can wear all the time. I think for the low level stuff, maybe we just have to tank it. So maybe we'll do it that way. How do you find the group finder? You have to hit, I think it's level 14 or 13 you have to be, and then you're gonna look up here. Look up at your minimap, you'll have a green eyeball. If you have a green eyeball, you've unlocked the dungeon finder. If you don't have a green eyeball, then you're not at level yet. We must have got it recently. It either appeared there when we hit level 13 or when we hit level 14. The best part of Holy Pally is that all the plate with intellect is yours. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the best part of Holy Pally at endgame is that anything with plate drops, anything plate with intellect drops, it's yours automatically. You don't have to fight for gear with other healers, you don't have to fight for gear with other casters. If it's plate, it has intellect and spirit on it, it's yours. Yeah, I do like that aspect of the endgame Holy Pally. Anders, thanks for being here and hanging out with us. I appreciate that. Alright, that's it for the Night Elves. From here, let's go right over to Golden Mist Village. We'll do the Golden Mist Village stuff, then we'll go back and we'll turn everything in, and then we'll think about jumping into the queue. I think we'll have to go back to Silvermoon. If we're going to tank, I don't know if I want to tank with a two-hander. It's probably not going to matter, right? I mean, it's Ragefire Chasm. Like, how hard can it be? And my worry is, like, obviously, like, it might be hard to hold threats. If we don't have Righteous Fury, which I don't know if we have Righteous Fury yet. We can learn Righteous Defense, which is like, it's like a fake taunt, I guess. Come to the defense of a friendly target, commanding up to 3 enemies to attack the Paladin instead. That's kind of like a fake taunt. I guess I have to target the player, and then it taunts off of them. That's kind of weird. Even if I lose threat, they'll be fine. I mean, yeah, it'll probably be fine no matter what. I think I'll buy a couple pieces of gear maybe and see. Maybe we'll just buy a one-hander and a shield and call it at that. And maybe that's all we really need. If I'm gonna tank, I'd at least like to have a shield and a decent one-hander to put on. But Fury Warrior is the way to tank at that level. I've tanked ZF on a Fury Warrior a couple of times. So at level 40, like, Fury Warrior is the way to go when you're tanking. Unfortunately, it just is. I don't know how a low-level Pally is going to do, but we'll find out. I wouldn't mind healing it, but the problem I have with healing right now is healing right now would require me to get an entirely different set of gear. So I think early on I have to tank. Because if I'm gonna spend money on gear right now, it has to be something I can use while soloing. I just don't have a lot of money, so and if I want to heal right now, I would need to go buy some cloth with intellect on it, because we would have to have a much bigger health pool. Like, I know that for a fact, especially with the way we're talking, how we're like, oh yeah, everyone goes in with no gear. Everyone goes in with no gear. Oh, you know whose life that makes harder? The healers. The fact that we're sitting here talking about how everyone goes in without gear just means that the healer's job is going to be the job that's the hard job, because they're going to have to keep all of these scrubs alive. And I don't know if I'm quite ready to do that yet. We might have to tank until level 40, and then when we get dual spec, we'll at least be able to go into a full holy spec, and that should get us some more intellect, some more healing power. These are the weird looking high elf models that we were talking about earlier. Just these like really weird looking reskinned night elves. With like weird dead eyes. Am I going to incorporate seal twisting at higher levels? No. No, I'm not going to bother with that. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. For me, the juice is not worth the squeeze. I like my one button rotation, thank you very much. Yeah, eventually we'll have Crusader Strike. Once we're level 50, we get Crusader Strike. If we've gone completely down the ret tree. Like, if we want to get Crusader Strike at level 50, I'm going to have to totally respec to get it at level 50, because I am going to be spending points in Holy as I level up. So at level 50, if we feel like we have to get Crusader Strike right away, we'll have to do a respec. We could do Murloc Spines, but we're going to be back out here anyway to do more Night Elf stuff later over here on this far western island. So I think we will hold off on the Murloc Spines for now. Let's head back to town. We'll turn these in. We'll hit up Silvermoon. We will get some gear for tanking, and we'll try to see if we can do a Ragefire Chasm. Does the Dungeon Finder unlock at a certain level? I mean, you get LFG. It's not the automated Dungeon Finder. That doesn't exist in TBC. But this opens up at like level 14 or 15. Apparently level 14 is when you can get into this, but this is not an automated Dungeon Finder. This just puts you in a list.
State your business. Remember the Sunwell. The reckoning is at hand.
The eternal sun guides us. Time is of the essence. Farewell.
Our enemies will fall. Salama Ashaladore.
Yeah, the automated one got added in Wrath of the Lich King, but keep in mind, it didn't get added till the end of Wrath. And then in Classic Wrath, it didn't get added till the end of Wrath, and it was very, very mind-boggling. I remember being very annoyed at the time that they didn't put it in when Wrath came out. They waited. They waited to the last patch of Wrath Classic, just like when it came into the game originally. It was like one of the last patches. So, you know, I would like to say like maybe this time around they just put it in when the game comes out, but who knows? Who knows? We never know what they're gonna do or why until they've done it.
Our enemies will fall. Keep your wits about you. Victory lies ahead. The reckoning is at hand. Shorel Oran. We will persevere. Remember the sun well.
Karen, have a good rest of your night. Take care, we'll see you next time. Alright, so let's start by looking for a sword and a shield. Because that's what we really need. We're gonna look for level 10 to 14. We're gonna look for a one-handed sword. Alright, that's not bad. It's got agility on it, but that's not bad. Let's go ahead and we'll take it. Is it fast? 1.9 is pretty good. I'm gonna grab that. And then we need shields. Spirit and strength seems pretty good. We could do straight stamina for a gold. I'm gonna do spirit and strength. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. But we might need to replace some of our armor as well, so we might have to bite the bullet on a couple of pieces here. 5 gold, oh my god, it's just it's so expensive. Soldier of the Bear, I think I can do 133. Let's do the one for 132. We gotta shop deals. Where are the accidentally low priced items? They don't exist. It's crazy. I mean, I need stamina, realistically. I just need stamina. These prices are really gross. Just need to say that again. Six gold for some of the bear pants. Here we go. This'll work. 1 gold for the war paint leggings. That's actually a pretty good deal. Raiders boots of the boar, boots of the bear. That's we got some stats there already. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spend too much money on this stuff. I feel like we're good with what we have. We'll take what we got and we'll try to go with that. Yeah, so that's what we got. We got a white cloak, we got 4 strength on the chest, we got 1 strength on the bracers, agility on the sword, spirit and strength on the shield, 1 strength on the gloves, 3 strength, 2 stam on the belt, strength, agility, stamina on the pants. I mean, I guess if you call these pants, which, I mean, we can all agree those are not pants. They're leggards. Leggards. To look, they're leggards, okay? They're protecting the sides of our thighs, where all the vital veins and whatnot are. The rest of the leg is clearly unimportant, except for visual appeal. Yeah, I think that's all we're gonna do. I have to bio really fast, and then we'll put ourselves in the queue as a tank. And then we'll see how long it takes to get an invite. It looks like nobody's bothering to run this. No one is bothering to run it. Very interesting. Okay, so in the meantime, we'll just keep on keeping on. We have to go back this way. Turn in a couple things up there. And we'll just keep playing until we get an invite. As a tank, it may or may not be a long time. I think since everybody's playing Blood Elves, nobody wants to go out to Orgrimmar. So the question is, like, when will we start to get to do dungeons? I think, like, SFK. SFK will probably be the first dungeon that we really get to do. Because SFK is, like, it's where Horde people are going to be questing. It's close to Hillsbrad-ish. And so maybe we'll get to do SFK. Have we done the Pally quest? I think we're about to turn in the Pally quest. Yeah, we did it. I think we went to the inn, we rezzed the guy, and then I just forgot about it. There we go. We got our res. That's the important part, right? A study in power. It says he has a quest for me, but he doesn't have it. Level 14, a study in power. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. We're not gonna worry about that right now. The important thing is that we can res people. It's borked. Oh, good. It's borked. I like it. I'd like my bork well done, please. We got an undead mage. We got an undead mage starting the group. So yeah. There we go. We're gonna have to catch a summon, so we're just gonna keep doing our thing, and if the group comes together and we get a summon, we will do the run. If the group doesn't come together and we don't get a summon, we will keep questing. Because we're making some pretty steady progress. Tank, that's what I'm queued for. Yep. Yep. For some reason it didn't mark me as a tank. He needs to do a roll check so we can actually click tank. There we go. That'll make us look better in the queue. Alright, we got a healer and we have a DPS. Do we have Righteous Fury yet? Oh no, no we don't. Not at all. No. We got nothing. It's gonna be a shit show, but that's okay. It's only Ragefire Chasm, right? It's only Ragefire Chasm. We'll probably be fine. I don't have any tools to really allow me to tank that well. I can hit stuff, and I can hit stuff. I can stun things, and I can silence things. And so, like, my AoE silence might be useful. Having the 1 minute cooldown on the Hammer of Justice might be useful. I don't know. I'm not going to be a very useful tank. There's that. What's the green flag? The green flag indicates that you welcome new players into your group and are willing to act as a guide for them. It's like a leader flag. If you want to like help newbies and kind of be a leader, you can mark that for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, we'll be fine. It's just Ragefire, yeah.
Speak quickly. Beware.
It will be okay. And it looks like we got a full group together. What I might want, let's see, do I have water? Yeah, I got some water, so that's good. Because we will probably need mana. I can see, like, as a tank, I can see us going out of mana. That tends to happen.
Keep your wits about you.
Here we go. We're about to get our first summon in TBC. First time being able to use a summoning stone in a very long time. And all it takes is 2 people. You just got to get 2 people to the instance. And voila. And now we can get everybody else there. It doesn't have to take 45 minutes for everybody to travel there. Look at that. It's crazy. There we go. They figured it out. Oh my god. Oh, I hate details. Why did details do this to me? Are we gonna have the same problem with details on this character that we had on the one character? Is my details on this character gonna be like permanently broken? It's gonna be really annoying if I can't get details just to like consistently come up the same way. We won't be using details. If I have to fight with it to come up, if I have to like correct it every time, like we will not be doing this. There's no way. We'll have to investigate maybe downloading Recount or some better functioning DPS meter. If I can't get it to come up the same way every time, I can't use it. Absolute garbage. I'm gonna eat some buff food. Maybe we can get a little bit more stamina going. There we go. Do the mobs here drop quest items? I think maybe some of the trogs do. Oh no, that's a kill quest. So the trogs are a kill quest. I'm not really sure if we're looking for items or not. We definitely have Devotion Aura up. Yeah, Devotion Aura is most certainly turned on. It's a necklace.
I am low on mana.
You like the off tank? You mean my main tank? Well, let's be honest. He's tanking most of the time, and that's okay. At this level, it doesn't matter. That's why I went back to using the two-hander, because I'd rather get some more damage in. Because I'm not holding threat anyway, so... might as well get some bigger damage in when I do hit. Can we mine the rock bodies? Yeah, we might be able to. I don't know. No. No, we can't. I feel like sometimes you can, but not these guys. Good thought, though. Rip. We are probably gonna heal on this character and not tank. At level 16 it gets a little easier. Yeah, I don't have any tools. You know, I don't have any of the tools I need. I need Righteous Fury at the very least, but also I just need other things. Like, we need to have a taunt. I don't think we get a taunt for a really long time. And so, like, I don't know. I think I would rather heal. Now I need bigger bags, though. If I want to heal, I need some, like, 14 slot bags. Because I'm going to have to carry around a set of cloth gear. I mean, it would be... We over-pulled there. We pulled way too much. I thought the two guys here were going to come on their own. Like, these two guys. But somehow we pulled everything. So that was... It was a bad pull. But then, like, not being able to pick everybody up kind of sucked. Is the mage AFK? The mage was AFK for that pull, yeah. I guess that was another problem. We didn't have mage DPS. Yeah, so that's a problem. I didn't see them go AFK, but it's possible they said something and that I missed. Well, things would be a lot easier if I just had Righteous Fury. Oh, you know what I noticed? That's a good quality of life. Track minerals doesn't turn itself off just because you die. We still have track minerals up. So that's pretty cool quality of life change. How many times have I died and forgot to turn my tracking back on? Many, many times. Oh, look at that. We got the incantations from the Nether. That was a quest item we were looking for. A righteous defense is a kind of taunt. Yeah, it is, but unfortunately I don't even think I trained it. I went to the trainer for other stuff, but we didn't train that. Strength and agility? A blue cloak with strength and agility? Yeah, I mean, I'll roll on that. Sure, why not? We'll definitely take that and equip it. We'll loot the quest item. It's nice. Hey, the first boss we killed, we saw a blue drop. We needed the blue and we got the blue. So that's a pretty good start. I mean, it's been a rough other than that. But at least he dropped a blue like first thing. Oh, you know what? Is Consecration baseline now? We really need Consecrate to be baseline if we want to tank it all. And so, like, it looks like Consecrate's baseline. It's not in the tree. And if it's not in the tree, it's gotta be because it's baseline. It is baseline. Okay. Yeah, if we can get Consecrate, then tanking will be easy. We need Consecrate and we need Righteous Fury. And if we get both of those, it'll be fine. Now, like, when do we get those? I have no idea when we get that stuff. It could be soon, it could be really late game. Let's see. Consecration, level 20. That's not bad. Righteous Fury is available. Righteous Defense. Righteous Fury is level 16. So by level 20, it should be okay. We just have to get to level 20 somehow. We're not going to do a ton of dungeons between now and 20, so... Oh my god, he dropped a blue as well. They must have adjusted the loot tables, guys. They must have made some adjustments at least to the percentage. Because we've had 2 bosses and we've had 2 blues. And that doesn't happen in Classic Era. Stamina int? I feel like they've changed the stats on this. I feel like the stats on this used to suck. It definitely didn't have spell crit on it. Yeah, they reworked some of the items. Maybe they reworked many of the items, I don't know. But we definitely were getting blue robes with stam int and spell crit in Classic Era at level 15. That was not happening. Part of me is tempted to roll on this. Did anybody need on this? Yeah. They did. I won't take it from a mage. The problem is, if I wanted to heal on this character, I would have to roll on cloth. You know, leveling, if I wanted to try to heal leveling up, I'd have to roll on cloth, and I really don't want to do that. It sucks to roll on cloth as a healing pally while you're leveling up, because you're not going to use the gear while you're leveling, and a caster would. Like, a caster would absolutely use that, obviously. So, like, realistically, if I can tank leveling up, I'd rather tank just because of the gear problem. But tanking is going to obviously have to get a lot better than what it's at right now. How's the XP? It seems pretty good. I haven't been paying too much attention, but we hit level 15, and we're already a few bubbles into 15, so the XP seems really good. You know, it seems good. Does the add-on that shows upcoming spells work? Yeah. Yeah, that's been working fine. We've been using that. That's this right here. What can I train? Yeah, it seems to be working fine. Stamina intellect with mail. We don't need that. I think that's it for the run, right? Yeah, that's it. No, I don't know if any of our quests turn in back in Orgrimmar or not. Let's see. Thunderbluff, Ogre. I missed one of the books. And Thunderbluff. Two of them turn in Thunderbluff. Which is a bummer because Thunderbluff is going to be quite some travel for us, and I don't have any plans to go to Thunderbluff anytime soon. We'll turn in the one in Orgrimmar and then we'll hearth back to the Ghostlands. I'm not picking it up right now. No, I'm going to do that kind of travel probably off stream because I'm not going to do anything else in Thunderbluff. So if I have to go out there just to get the Thunderbluff flight point, then I'm just going to probably do that on my own. It's just going to be some pointless running for no good reason. Oh yeah, a couple of the chests are part of the Skull Rock chain. I'm not going to bother with any of that stuff. When we get to Shadowfang Keep, we'll probably run Shadowfang Keep quite a few times. But I'm not going to run this a bunch. Well, that was a shortcut, I guess. Ish. Oh yeah, the other really big quality of life, we have a 25 quest log now. We've upgraded from 20, and we are now at the cap of 25. That's helpful. Cathius, thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
Speak. Farewell. Strength for the Horde.
What's the goal with this gameplay? With this pally, this is my Horde side, US side leveling. So we're on Dreamcythe US. This pally is going to do at least 5-man heroics. I'm not planning any raiding for this character. My raiding is going to be over on Thunderstrike EU on my rogue. That's where I'm going to do my raiding with my guild. And on Dreamcythe, we're going to do Horde stuff. Primarily, we're going to play this Paladin, who is eventually going to heal heroics. And then if we have the opportunity to raid at some point, I will. But it's not going to be my primary focus. Alright, we got a couple of quests that opened up at level 15. Let's run up top here and grab this one.
Baladash Malanore, Salama Ashalanore. Remember the sun well.
What do you seek? Remember the sun well.
You guys haven't, you haven't forgotten the Sunwell, have you? Well, don't. Is Bagnon working yet? I don't know. I ditched Bagnon a long time ago, and I've been using Baganator. And Baganator's been working fantastic. So I would recommend you delete Bagnon, and you grab Baganator, and then you'll never have problems again. What happened? I forget. No, it got, the Sunwell got destroyed by Arthas. The Dead Scar through the zone, like you'll see, they'll talk about the Dead Scar and you'll see the Dead Scar. The Dead Scar is the path that Arthas's armies took to reach Silvermoon. They started down here in the Deathholm area, and they carved their path all the way to Silvermoon City. In Warcraft 3, you play a high elf campaign where like you control Sylvanas and you're trying to stop Arthas's army. Well, you don't. And Sylvanas gets killed, the Sunwell gets destroyed, and very bad things happen. So that's the story of never forget the Sunwell. Risen from the Dead, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Very generous of you. I really appreciate that, man. It's the Undead campaign. You play as Arthas. Really? In my mind, I was always playing as Sylvanas. Maybe? Yeah, you're right. In my mind, I was always controlling Sylvanas, trying to stop Arthas. So, you know, that tells you how I'd rather roleplay. I got the gist of it right. Listen, it's been a long time since I played Warcraft 3. The last time I played that campaign was like 24 or 25 years ago. So the fact that I remember it at all, even in generalities, is actually really shocking to me. And we all know how that turned out. Yeah, we do, unfortunately. Okay, we got one more quest to pick up over here. Retaking the Windrunner. Speaking of Sylvanas, retaking the Windrunner Spire. Lots of green quests to do now, starting with this one here. Level 12, report to Captain Helios. Captain Helios is out at the Enclave.
This had better be good.
Alright, let's go after the Mana Essence. It's gonna be right across the Dead Scar. Listen, in my mind, the Warcraft lore goes up to Legion, and then everything after Legion to me, I'm just gonna pretend like it's fan fiction. Because that's what it feels like. So I only believe in the lore that's been established up to Legion. There we go, that's 8 out of 8. What do we want to do next? Let's go over to the coast. We can do the Murloc spines, and then we can go out to the Night Elf Island. And we have 3 different sets of plans that we have to go after. Can Blood Elves be non-casters? Like rogues or warriors? They can be hunters and they can be rogues. They cannot be warriors. They weren't able to be warriors until Cataclysm. But yeah, you can definitely be a rogue. And you can be a hunter, which is kind of it's a non-magic class traditionally, even though it has mana, I guess. Yeah, for whatever reason, they didn't want them to be able to be warriors. I have never really understood that choice. Maybe they felt like they were so good. And this might have been what it was. They might have been worried that if they could be warriors, nobody would play any other race. At least by keeping warriors from them, it's like if you wanted to play a warrior, you had to play a different race. Which sucks in a way, but I kind of understand. Because if they had warrior, then all they would be missing is shaman and druid. So it would kind of be unbalanced. Ashley, good afternoon to you, and welcome to the stream. Have we crafted anything useful with jewel crafting? We've made the rings that we're wearing, and we've made the neck that we're wearing. Typically at this level, we wouldn't have rings or a neck. So yeah, so far we've been able to craft a few pieces. Well, this area is like this because it was invaded by and basically poisoned by the undead. Like I talked about earlier, Arthas led an undead army from Deathhome. He led that army up through what used to be Tranquilian. Like, it used to be, like, nice, you know, it all used to be like Eversong Woods. Except that they kind of tainted it by, like, marching their army through it, and now everything is kind of dark. Everything here got kind of messed up. And it's part of the overall story of the zone. Nope, Sylvanas was a high elf. Yeah, Sylvanas was a high elf. Sylvanas got turned by Arthas. That's the chronology. He marched his army up the Dead Scar. He assaulted the capital city of the High Elves. And that was the time when he turned Sylvanas into a Banshee. And then he went on to destroy the Sunwell. He destroyed basically what was the source of the Blood Elves' power and immortality. He destroyed that and tainted that. And that's kind of what turned them eventually into Blood Elves. You know, Sylvanas was one of the High Elves living in Silvermoon. She was the High Ranger General. Alright, so we are looking for 3 different plans. And they're typically laying on the ground. And near these little tree houses. Was the Sunwell kind of like the Well of Eternity? Yeah, I mean a little bit like that, yeah. In the sense that it was a source of their power, etc., etc. I would recommend for anybody interested in all this lore, read the Chronicle books. Yeah, read Chronicle 1 at least. Like, Chronicle 1 will give you a good background on the history of Azeroth and a history of, like, the cosmos. It'll give you a good history of the First and Second Great Wars. It'll give you, like, the background on, like, all this stuff we're talking about. Yeah, read Chronicle Book 1. We found one of the plans. There's number 2. The third one's always out on the boat. Can we fish out of the moonwells? I don't think they would appreciate that. Can we fish out of your holy font of power? Aw, please don't. CNET, welcome to the stream, buddy. Yeah, my kid had a snow day today, so there was no school. So not only did I get to sleep until 8, I don't have to go pick him up at 2. So yeah, I got to stream for a little bit longer today, which is awesome. We'll see if we can wrangle some kind of snow day for tomorrow, too. If I can get a snow day tomorrow, that would make this a 5-day weekend, because Monday is also a holiday. That would be really cool. Our inventory is completely full. Okay. Hearthstone's still on cooldown. We still need one more Plagued Murloc spine, but we have to get ourselves back. Oh, I see what's going on. I thought they made these stack. But maybe they don't make them stack until Wrath. Yeah, we gotta pop all these barnacle clams, then we'll be okay. If we progress to Wrath, will they keep a TBC Legacy server this time? I mean, I want to say, like, of course they will. But at the same time, I wonder, like, how many era servers can we have before players are simply split too much? They might. It's really hard to say. I can't even tell you if that's what I would want. As much as I love TBC, I just worry about how much it splits up players. You're gonna have classic Arrow Realms that are static. You're gonna have TBC Arrow Realms that are static. You're gonna have Hardcore WoW. You're gonna have Wrath of the Lich King Anniversary. You're gonna have Warlords of Draenor Classic. Like, it's just gonna be like too much is what I worry about. You're gonna eventually have Classic Plus. Or you're going to have Season of Discovery Season 2. You're going to have all these ways to play. And it's already really confusing when somebody gets into WoW, when somebody comes back to WoW, when they're trying to figure out, like, what version of WoW do I want to play. It's already confusing enough. So I don't know. I don't know if they'll do it, and I can't decide even if it's a good idea. That's the tough part. Something tells me that they won't, because they probably worry like I do about how much the player base is going to be split up. And then Classic Plus will bring us all back together. Sometimes, you know, there are some people that just want to play Classic Era, the vanilla content. They don't want a bunch of changes. They don't want anything else. So there will always be those people that want to play on the Classic Era realms. And so, you know, they'll always be there, but I think the rest of us will have a great time playing Classic Plus. I don't think a lot of us will need a TBC era server, even if we really love TBC. Like, I don't need an era server. I want to have as much fun as I can when it's an anniversary, and then I hope to be playing Classic Plus after Wrath Anniversary ends. So I'd like to play some characters right through TBC, right into Wrath. And then I would like to go into Classic Plus. And once I go into Classic Plus, I don't ever need to look back. Like, I probably won't really care what else they do with Classic once I'm playing Classic Plus, because that's all that I'll play, you know? I'll just play every single class, both factions, and I'll just play Classic Plus, hopefully for the next 20 years. They could always do a progression server, Eric. Yeah, like that's a possibility. Maybe they'll keep a progression server running, Maybe they'll do like classic progression realm and it restarts every 3 years, and every 3 years they go classic TBC Wrath. Classic every 3 years, because EverQuest does that. EverQuest has progression servers. Every few years they open up a new progression server, and then they go through the patches, they go through the DLCs. And so something like that for WoW would be okay, but I just don't know if they need it. You know, there's already going to be so many ways to play WoW that I don't know if it's going to be necessary. And honestly, once they do Classic Plus, I really want people to play Classic Plus. I don't want them to feel like they have to go back for like a progression realm or something, you know. The only progression that will matter is new Classic Plus expansions. That's the progression that we'll care about. Alright, let's work on Down the Dead Scar. We need Risen Hungerers and Gangled Cannibals. Let's start looking for these guys. I think there will always be people that want to play retail, that like what retail has to offer, but I think Classic Plus will be a place for people who are not really satisfied with retail, but they play it anyway. They play it anyway because they don't really want to revisit the past, they want to experience new. And the only place to really experience new is in Modern WoW. So I think there are groups of people who, you know, they love WoW. Maybe they prefer that the game felt like that Modern WoW felt like more of an RPG, but maybe they play it anyway because they just want to keep having new WoW to play. And I think for those people, when Classic Plus comes out, that will draw them to Classic Plus. Because then they'll be able to play like a more classic version of the game, but it'll have new content. It'll get new updates. There will be new zones. There will be new raids. There will be all the new stuff to look forward to in a classic setting. And so I like retail will always exist. It's way too big. But I think that a lot of people who are kind of dissatisfied with the lack of it feeling like an RPG, like those people will find their way to Classic Plus eventually. Well, this area is just a little bit farmed out. Lots of players here, not a lot of mobs. When we get Classic Plus, you'll have to loosen up your purse strings, because Classic Plus will have a box price. It'll still be the same sub, but you're gonna have to pay for Classic Plus because it's gonna be like a repackaged product. You're gonna have to pay for the Classic Plus expansions. Like with Classic Plus, they're gonna have to make money off of it because it's gonna be a live game with new content, and they're gonna have to actually like actively develop new content for it. So yeah, for Classic Plus, you can expect there to be a box price, and then there will be box prices for the expansions whenever we get to that point, you know, like for sure. What is Classic Plus? Is it actually a thing? It will be a thing eventually. Yeah, Classic Plus is like classic, but with new content. Whatever shape that takes, whatever shape Blizzard eventually give that concept. It's classic WoW, but with new content. But not new content that was added to other versions. Like, let's say that Classic Plus gets some new races. It won't be the same new races that we got, for instance, in TBC. Let's say that Classic WoW gets new classes. Well, it won't be the same new classes that we got in Modern WoW. It won't be Death Knight, Monk, Demon Hunter. It'll be other stuff. So Classic Plus just refers to a classic version of WoW that gets new content, new updates, new expansions, new zones, new races, new classes, all that stuff. That's what Classic Plus refers to. Will the graphics be upgraded? No, it's classic. It's not World of Warcraft alternate. It's Classic Plus, so you will have the same graphics you had all the way up through Wrath of the Lich King. Will they make new stuff? Yeah, like they'll make some new stuff, but I would not expect your visual fidelity to get any better than this. It'll be like Warcraft that they didn't F up. Yeah, eventually it'll just be like almost like a different timeline. You know, we'll go into different expansions. We'll go to different places we didn't see the first time around. That's the dream, at least. We'll see, you know, what they actually do with it. Classic Plus will be a side-scroller. It'll be a side-scrolling Metroidvania, roguelike, turn-based RPG. Maybe we'll finally get playable ogres. No, I hope not. I hope they don't waste their time making playable ogres, because nobody wants playable ogres. Nobody, and me least of all. You know what I want? I'd love to see playable goblins. Playable goblins would be good. High elves would be good. I don't think they need to waste their time making ogres. Playable Naga would be good. And also they can't do playable ogres because there are no female ogres. And so they would be tasked with the concept of coming up with what a female ogre is going to look like. And I don't really care. I don't need playable ogres. To me, they're not a playable race. Playable murlocs. Oh yeah. Oh, that's what we need. Oh yeah, we need playable murlocs. Absolutely. I think goblins and high elves are a good place to start. And then we kind of go from there. Inventory is just as full as it ever was. We need 5 more hungerers. We're pretty close to town though. Let's go vendor and then we'll come back out. There's no reason to run around with a full inventory when we're so close to town. Wait, are we close to town? Yeah, we're close-ish. We're close-ish. Are there female murlocs? No, of course they're not. No, we're not gonna have playable murlocs.
Speak quickly. Trust no one.
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll empty the
I
inventory.
have one-of-a-kind items.
And then maybe we can turn in some quests. Did I need that spider leg? I feel like maybe I need that spider leg for a quest. Pretty sure that I do. The rotting hearts I need for a quest. The clam meat I don't really need anymore.
Keep your wits about
we
you.
can go ahead and we can learn these recipes. Get those out of the inventory. Crunchy spider surprise. Yeah, like we can cook this, but I think we also need it for a quest.
I'm listening. Farewell.
Yes. Hold your head high.
We got a little bit of YouTube lag. We dropped a couple frames. It looks like we're good now. Looks like we're good. That's the first lag we've had all day. I hope it stays away.
Salama Ashalanore.
But we definitely lost a couple of frames. We're good now. Am I going to stay in Ghostlands till 20 or go to the Barrens? If I were going to go anywhere, I would probably go to Silverpine before I'd go to the Barrens because it's a little bit closer. But I'm going to try to stay here. I'm just going to try to stay here.
The reckoning is at hand. We will have justice.
And we might need to do like a little bit of additional grinding, but I'm gonna try to minimize zone hopping. I'd like to stay here, and then maybe we can do the tail end of stuff in Silverpine and take that right into Hillsbrad, but we'll have to see. Alright, what I need to do before we continue is I have to go get a little bit more coffee before coffee time is over for today. So I'm gonna park it at the inn for a second here, and I am gonna take a quick break. I will be right back. Nice. Very nice. Alright. Let's go. John Rex, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. Will I be taking this character to the Barrens? I don't think so. I think we'll be able to do Ghostlands into the end of Silverpine into Hillsbred. I don't think we'll need to go to the Barrens. And the quest rewards are going to be much better if we can just stay in Ghostlands. If we can stay in Ghostlands as long as possible, maybe till like level 22. Level 22 would be an okay level to go into Hillsbred. And then if we need to make up some levels in the mid-20s, we can just do SFK a bunch. And that'll get us a handful of levels. Speaking of levels, that's level 16. Let's spend our talent point. Let's see what we train. At level 16, we get Righteous Fury and Ret Aura. So the next time we go to tank should be a lot easier than the first time we tried to tank. Although I don't think there's any real reason to do Ragefire again. Maybe we just wait until we can do SFK. And that'll be our next dungeon. Although, you know, we might do some Ashenvale stuff. I wouldn't mind doing some stuff in Ashenvale so we have the chance to run BRD. Or BFD, pardon me. But we can do Ashenvale stuff around like in the level 20s also, I think. So maybe we can jump between Ashenvale and Hillsbred once we're done with Ghostlands. Maybe that's the plan. On the Horde side, it's really easy to travel between Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms because of the Zeppelins. You know, on the Alliance side, it's a real pain in the butt to go between Durotar and the Eastern Kingdoms. Do I plan to be Ret, Holy, or Prod at 70? At 70, I want this character to heal Heroics. I plan to go Holy. We're gonna level up as a tank. We're gonna tank lower level stuff. But then at max level, I want to do Holy. I don't raid tank. I've never tanked a raid. Well, I tanked a little bit in Firelands on a Death Knight, so I guess technically that's not true. I don't like tanking raids. If I'm gonna do anything in a raid, I'm gonna DPS or I'm gonna heal it. But I just don't like tanking raids. If I had to tank a raid, I'd probably do it on a Pally. The pally tanks are just easier to play. For some reason, I only enjoy tanking 5-man stuff. Yeah, I tanked on my Tauren. See, that's true. I have done some tanking. But to be fair, I think I did one raid on my Tauren tank in Kata, and then I was like, yeah, I don't want to raid Kata. I think it was a one and done. Maybe I went in there on 2 different raid nights. I can't remember. I know that I decided to be done very, very quickly. And part of it was because I don't enjoy raid tanking, but part of it was because I just didn't feel like tanking, and I didn't feel like raiding Kata. Kata raiding just... As soon as I started doing the fights, all my memories came back to me of all the fights, and I realized I'd done them all a million times. And I had no interest in it. I was watching people struggle with mechanics that we struggled with like 15 years ago, and I was like, nah. And it didn't help that I was tanking it, because failing it as a tank was much more painful than just like trying to do some DPS. Alright, the kill quest is done. We still need Rotting Hearts, but the Rotting Hearts is a level 16 quest. So we don't really have to do that one right now. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, that's a whole gaggle of guys. I am super happy we did not aggro that gaggle. I think it's time that we head out to the Farstrider Enclave. Level 14... Level 14, what's going on over here? Level 14, level 18... Level 14, level 16... there's lots of, like, just different levels of quests. So I don't really know how I want to approach the next part. Let's go over to the Underlight Mine. Maybe we'll do this stuff over at the Underlight Mine. We could go over to Windrunner Spire, we could do that stuff too. Like, we could try to tackle, like, the western half of the zone before we go over to the eastern side. I think some of it might send us back this way, but we could start with this. Letta, that's awesome. I'm glad you took that advice and decided to fire up a level 1 character. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you're having fun. I hope you continue to have fun, and I think that you will. You know, and the boosted character will always be there. It's like, you know, it'll always be there if you want to play it at some point, but you'll have more fun leveling from level 1. That's awesome. So we're using dialogue UI for our quest log. If you just want instant quest text, that's an in-game option. Yeah, just go to your options and type in instant. And then make sure this is checked. That'll make it so that the text all appears at once. Or you could grab dialogue UI, which is the add-on that I use for my quest windows. And that one looks really pretty, it's more readable, and it also has the instant quest text. Oh, this lady has a quest. Let's grab her quest first. I think she wants us to get items.
Our enemies will fall.
6 underlight ore samples.
Salama Ashalinore.
Well, as soon as we're not stuck in combat, we'll open this chest. Have I ever tried Seal of the Crusader? Yeah, I understand Seal of the Crusader, and I understand seal weaving. And I understand that if I wanted to make things a little bit more complicated for myself, I could judge Crusader first. You know, that would give me more holy power, or whatever. Like, I get the concept. I just don't want to do it. I like my simple one-button rotation with my macro. But we've definitely done seal weaving in the past and tried all that stuff. I've played lots of classic pallies. More classic pallies than I care to admit. Yeah, for the attack speed, sure. Yep, sometimes we'll do that when we're leveling up a weapons skill. But no, like for the most part I don't bother with it. Am I excited for midnight? Nope. Which is why I likely won't play it. But that's okay. Angie, have a good rest of your day. Take care, we'll see you next time. Nixius, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. There we go, we are done here. We've got the kill quest done, we've got the collection quest done. The collection quest turns in over at the Sanctum of the Sun. And the kill quest turns in back in town. Let's go back to town first. We'll see if we can collect some more rotting hearts on the way, that would be nice. And then we'll head over to the Sanctum of the Sun afterwards. I don't really know how this guy got onto our aggro chain. Apparently, the aggro chains are still very, very strange. Somebody else was fighting him. They were fighting him far away from us. They decided to stop fighting him, and somehow he aggroed us afterwards. Very weird. Patrick, good afternoon to you, and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. You're leveling a hunter. Do I think it's good to only train gathering professions? No, not really. No, I would say don't bother with leatherworking or skinning. Skinning could be, if you just mean like a little bit of silver to get you going, then like you could take skinning for a while, and you could just go find somewhere to grind skins, and then you could sell skins for some early money. But you're not going to make a lot of money off skinning on the auction house. You'll make a little bit like vendoring the leather. I would say doing that short term is okay. Taking skinning is okay in the beginning. Eventually I would say drop it and do herbalism alchemy. If you want to make money at endgame, do herbalism alchemy or do mining jewel crafting. There's really not a lot of useful stuff you're going to be able to make with leatherworking, unfortunately. I would say it could potentially just be a waste of time for you. Alchemy helps everybody. Like, alchemy is good for everybody. It's always good to have potions. It's always good to have elixirs. At endgame, you'll be able to sell elixirs and flasks to raiders. Everyone's going to need jewels crafted for outland gear, so jewel crafting is a good way to go. You can also make rings and necks with jewel crafting, and rings and necks are hard to get, especially at low level. So yeah, I'd say if you want to do something useful that can eventually make you money, I would say herbalism alchemy or mining jewel crafting, but not to waste time with leatherworking. Anna Marie, thanks for joining us. Thanks for hanging out with us live today. I appreciate it. And there we go, there's our last rotting heart. Let's take these ones back to town, and then we'll assess what we would like to do next. I think we have to head out to the Farstrider Enclave and work on some things over in that direction. From what I remember of the Windrunner Spire, I remember having trouble there. I remember getting killed there a couple of times, so I think I want to be a bit of a higher level before I head that way. We could go train level 16. That's something we could probably do. We should probably do that. I wouldn't mind one more Ragefire run. With Righteous Fury this time and Righteous Defense, that could be a little bit better for us. We could actually hold threat. I don't know if there's any other loot there that we want, so we got the blue cape. Could be other items. Yeah, maybe we'll do one more. I feel like, you know, I don't want to do a lot of zone hopping, so that's a good way to make up some experience. As long as we can just get invited to the group and we can be summoned, then I don't mind doing it. But I'm not going to do the traveling bit myself.
Speak quickly.
The dark times will pass. Stay the course.
What do you require? Victory lies ahead. Farewell.
Blood Elves have their own instance? Like a new 5-man? No, unfortunately not. That would have been a cool idea. For each of the starting zones to get a new 5-man. But no, they didn't go that route. They rebuild the starting zone for the new retail expansion, correct? Incorrect. They did a revamp of it for Midnight. But the zone that exists in Midnight is part of the story campaign leveling for Midnight. From what I understand, if you start up a Blood Elf after Midnight and you start a level 1 Blood Elf and you start in the starting zone for the Blood Elves, it's not a revamp of the starting zone. The Silvermoon remake is simply a set piece, a leveling zone, a story zone, which happens completely within the Midnight expansion and does not involve remaking the level 1 to 25 Blood Elf leveling zones. No. If Midnight comes out and you start a Blood Elf and you forego Exile's Reach, you will be in the same Eversong Woods and the same Ghostlands that we've been in. They're reworking the zone to use in Midnight, and outside of Midnight, no one will ever see it again. So yeah, they put a lot of development work in. I'm sure they've made a really gorgeous zone. Hopefully. And the only people who will ever get to experience that are people who played through that story campaign section in Midnight. 5 years from now, 6 years from now, 10 years from now, nobody will ever see that zone again. So yeah, that's called wasted development time. So yeah, it is what it is.
Glory to the Sindori.
Doesn't really affect me at all, because I am not a retail player. We got a new rank of Holy Light too, which is really good. Red Aura may or may not help us while tanking. We may just take a buttload more damage, which would not be good. Blessing of Wisdom is nice. We need to put Blessing of Wisdom somewhere. What is going on with my last button here? Let's see. Options. Key bindings. There we go. Just put that down here for now. Alright, so we got Righteous Fury. That's 30 minutes. And then we got Righteous Defense, which is kind of like a taunt, but it's not really a taunt, but it might help us out. Let's go ahead and we'll put ourselves in the queue. Apparently we got Wailing Caverns opened up as well. I don't know if we're ready for Wailing Caverns yet. And we'll see how long it takes us to get an invite. It didn't take very long. Ogremar, Ogremar. See, this is great because we're gonna get summons like right away. Yeah, having summoning stones on is so amazing. Because now as the tank I can just wait for a summon. And we're gonna have 3 paladins. Oh, that's wonderful. As long as I'm the only one that has Righteous Fury on, we should be okay. Gerald, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Alright, we have 3 people in Orgrimmar. I don't really know why we haven't gotten summons yet. I will just do... I'll do that, and that should let everyone know that I'm ready for summons. If that's a thing people are still doing. There we go. I mean, I vote the guy with 1100 HP tank. I mean, he should probably tank, right? I don't know what good I'm gonna do, but sure. I mean, I queued up as a tank. I don't mind tanking, but it feels like the guy with a lot more HP should probably be the one out front. Just my thoughts. He's only got 1 level on us, so he's got to have a lot of gear. Am I done with my Guild Wars Reforged playthrough? For right now, I'm not playing right now because I'm focusing on Burning Crusade. But eventually I do plan to play more Guild Wars. I just don't know exactly when. But it will be something that I go back to. What is this add-on that looks like RDF? Are you talking about this? This is the in-game looking for group system that exists within Anniversary Classic. It's definitely not an add-on, if that's what you're talking about. That is a part of the game. It's the looking for group tool that we got before we got the automated tool. So the interesting thing is this. Righteous Defense, the way it sounds and the way I read it, it makes it sound like you have to target a player. I'll let you in on a little secret. You don't have to target a player for it to work. You could be targeting a mob, and it will still taunt the mob. So it's just kind of like right there. We just have an extra taunt, basically. It makes it sound like you will have to taunt the player, and then you'll get threat off of everything that they have on them, but that's not how it works. You can just hit it on the mob and it still taunts them, so that's really nice. It's functioning like taunt, even though it's supposed to be kind of a roundabout way to taunt. What's the difference between this and Mop Classic? 5 years of development and changes, I guess? It's a different era of the game. Mop is... what, Mop was the 5th expansion? 2, 3, 4th expansion? 5th. It's just a different game. Just think about it like that. They don't share really any similarities, except they happen in the same world. Some of the class names are the same. It's a different game. There's more that's different than there is that's similar. now that I can hold threat, this run feels more smooth. I feel like we have about the same amount of DPS, but since it's all melee, things are dying faster, it seems. Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, this is a better run. I feel like I'm actually contributing in some kind of meaningful way most of the time. Just being able to taunt it all is a huge difference in how it feels to be tanking. The fact that you can taunt, you can get aggro off of somebody sometimes, it's kind of part of what makes you feel like a tank. When you can't do that, it sucks. That being said, we are going through our mana pretty quickly. We died right there last time, so that was an improvement. Pen Pencil, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Did I get the other spell book? I don't know. I'm not tracking the quest anymore, so I'm not sure if I completed it or not. Let's see. Healer has mana. Nobody else really has mana. Dave, he probably wasn't. He probably wasn't, but he's still probably trying, and he's still probably angry about it. This time around he dropped blue bracers, int, spirit, and damage done by spells. Yeah, I can't wait to see some of the loot from the later dungeons. It seems like they did a complete revamp and improved basically all of the loot. And if we're getting good blue drops in Ragefire, then there have to be good blue drops everywhere else. Because the early loot is always the worst. I knew they were gonna tweak like the drop percentages, so I knew that like good loot would drop more. I guess what I didn't realize is that they redid all the loot. Like the loot has different stats on it. They added stats to it that actually make it good. You don't have to wait till Scarlet Monastery anymore to get upgrades off of bosses. So that's a good thing. If the loot here has been fixed, then it's been fixed everywhere. Yeah, I'm sure the loot everywhere is much, much better than it was. Perkwitch, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. It's been a while. This time he dropped male bracers, 3 strength, 4 stamina. Look at those. We're all gonna roll on those, so. And we won them. Whew, that's really, really good. That's the most items I've ever gotten. I've never gotten 2 items out of Ragefire Chasm. But there we go, that's our first 2 runs, first 2 blues. We got a blue each time we ran it. That feels completely different than Classic Era. That feels really good. Doing dungeons is a much more attractive option when the loot is good. I'm still not gonna grind them like specifically, but we'll do a lot of runs. Specifically, like we'll do more runs of SFK, Scarlet Monastery we'll probably do a bunch. But yeah, it really helps when the loot is good and the XP is good. It's a full Blood Elf female run. It is. As it should be. Yeah, it's much better than zone hopping for extra levels for sure. Well, we kept threading all those guys okay. Well, that was pretty decent for not having any AoE right now. Just tab target auto attack to hold threat. And it worked. Somebody, oh, we do have red aura up. I didn't know I was the one having red aura up. For a while, the other Pallies handled both the auras, and I wasn't able to put an aura up. Yeah, apparently we do have red aura on. That's probably why we were holding threat once we got them to attack us. Does the damage dealt by red aura proc Seal of Righteousness? I don't think so. If it does, I have no idea, but that doesn't sound right. I think they said they need to go after more trogs. One more kill and we should hit level 17. For some reason I thought they wanted to kill more stuff, but I guess not. Somebody mentioned Trogs. Reset and rerun. Do we want to run it one more time? Or are we bored? What do we want to do? We could blow through it one more time. I think we've got all the loot out of here that we're gonna need. If we blow through it again... Level 12. 16... we should be okay. Yeah, we should be okay to run it one more time. I just don't want to out-level anything back in Ghostlands. As these people all run off, like, where are they? Are they going to turn in quest? Thunder Bluff, Undercity, Thunder Bluff. I feel like as Blood Elves, we should just automatically get the Thunder Bluff flight points, because there's no reason that I would want to go to Thunder Bluff at all. I don't think I have... Do I have any weapon skills I need to learn? That maybe I need to learn maces. It's possible that I need to learn maces. But I really don't want to run out to Thunder Bluff. But I'm gonna have to turn in these quests. Terragamon drops a one-handed sword. Oh, okay. Yeah, like, I mean, maybe I would roll on a one-handed sword. It depends on how good it is. So I don't really have a shield right now. I kind of sold my shield, so... Oh, well, there we go. There's level 17. Oh boy. We didn't really want all that, but we might be okay. This milk really isn't cutting it. We gotta get level 15 water. Have I ever played Arena in my whole life? Yeah, like a couple of times. I'm not a big PvPer. I never really have been. But in the distant past, I did a little bit of Arena, a little bit of Battlegrounds. Nothing recent. I think I'm gonna do some Arena this time around in TBC. Because my guild leader really likes PvP. So I might do a little bit of Arenas with him. See how it goes. That's gonna be over on my rogue. And he dropped the cloth wrist again. we go. Robe of Evocation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've gotten all the loot out of here that we're gonna get. But it's always nice to see blues dropping consistently. Yeah, we did back-to-back runs. But this group wanted to go again, so we just turned around and went again. And we're about at the end of the usefulness of the XP, so this will be the last RFC run. I'm gonna have to move on to bigger and better things. Maybe we'll check out Wailing Caverns at some point to check out how the loot is in Wailing Caverns. We're definitely going to do all the Ghostlands stuff and get the blue two-hander, yep. Maybe on this character we should get the ZF mallet. Yeah, maybe. It's part of a Hinterlands quest chain, and the Horde actually have a camp in the Hinterlands. So, and there's a lot of quests out of it. Unlike the Alliance camp that has like 3 quests, we might actually be able to do some questing in the Hinterlands on the Horde side. Alright, there we go. That is all of the bosses. And I think we're done here. Do we still need the mallet in TBC? We don't really know if we need the mallet or not. You know, it's likely that maybe they remove the requirement, but then again, with all of the elite quests becoming solo quests, at least players can do that quest chain on their own. If we still need the mallet. That just means more people will have it. Alright, I'm gonna hearth out of here. All of the quests in Classic that were elite quest in TBC became non-elite quest. So if it was a quest out in the open world, like the Stromgarde questing, the Pyrewood Village questing, the Ogre questing in Loch Modan, all of the elite quests became solo quest in TBC. That's part of what makes it easier to level up a character, is that you can just easily do all those quests on your own. You don't have to worry about whether or not there's people online that get a group together. Alright guys, it's 5 o'clock my time. I have had an amazing time today. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me. We'll be back tomorrow, and we're gonna pick up right here. If you enjoyed hanging out, clicking like, subbing to the channel, all that stuff really does help me out a lot, and I appreciate those that do. Until next time, take care of yourselves out there and take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.